join?
Yeah, two more. But I wrote to them that we will have 5 minutes delay.
Ah, okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's... Anyway, there is performance now.
That's good.
Свободно.
Hello, Edgaras. Is it on? Do you hear me? Yeah? It was on. Okay.
Yeah, the noise was coming from this guy.
Okay. But do they hear me? Yeah, thank you. We are in the festival, so sometimes it can be a little bit noisy because of performances that goes around our stage. So keep in mind that. And I think we are waiting for one more guest. And we will start.
I think they are coming here finally after the... That's the...
It's good.
No, no, no.
They won't see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
It's too noisy background. Yeah, like we store that sign.
Okay.
Let me know when you wanna start.
Okay. So we just need one more person here. Wojciechus. I wrote him that we will be 5 minutes late. I shouldn't have wrote. Again, he was, oh, I can do my coffee then.
Oh, that's okay. Anyway, we had a sound check in background.
I think Hello, Gintautas Mažeikis.
Oi, sveiki, gyvi, aš ieškau, kaip čia man vaizdą savo priekšti. Kažką tai rodo man, bet aš nežinau, ar čia tas ar ne tas. Tuoj, sekundė. Kodėl mane čia nerodo? Štai, atrodo, ne. Tuoj. Nesuprantu. Štai.
We see you. I think we can start. The live stream is starting now. So now we talk in English for our audience. And one more time. Hello, can you hear me all? Yes. Nice to see you.
Hello.
Philosophers and audience here in studio and behind the screens. Today we are here in Transmediale in different formats. I'm locally in Berlin, and where everyone else is, I don't know, but we are in the same place somehow now. Here we will mediate conversation between me, who's working here in San Archipelago station pavilion, and StreamArtNetwork corner with 3 media philosophers. Let me introduce them. Edgaras Balšakovas, a philosopher and media theorist specializing in film philosophy. Gintautas Mažeikis, a Lithuanian philosopher, theoretician of culture, anthropologist, professor of philosophy. And Ignas Kalpokas is also a professor. His field of research encompasses political communication, information, and media studies. Let's repeat what actually happened here, without formalities. We begin with something very ordinary. We open Jitsi. I think Mažeikis got out of our conversation for a second. But it's okay, we will wait for him a bit more. And we will begin again. So we open a Jitsi, the platform. We are on now together, and screen lights up. We ask the simplest, almost ritual question: can you hear me? And at first, And at first glance, this seems purely technical. But in fact, this is the moment history begins. Because before any idea is exchanged, before any argument is made, a connection must exist. So, at the moment that connection is confirmed, no one is no longer alone. And that's how the first question of this discussion comes to my mind. So who will relate to this time? And relation defines who is present to whom and under what conditions. So I would gladly ask you, firstly I would like to ask the first person in this chat who was connected here, Ignas Kalpokas. I would like to ask him, what if this connection, or any connection, itself is already a form of power? Do we have any power here?
Well, of course, there is an issue of power. We can start with something very simple, like digital divides, right? Who has the material power to connect, who has access to connection, and therefore who can be heard, who can establish a link with somebody else. So that's one element of that. If we think more broadly, not just about the situation, there's also a question of, who's connected to whom and who decides with whom we connect, right? So here we enter the domain of algorithms and whose voice is amplified, whose voice is muted down because nobody sees or nobody hears them, what topics are prioritized and what topics are demoted. So in that sense, it's a very complex, not just human, not just material, but also technological and therefore political situations. Because who controls the algorithms? They control politics as well. So that's another layer to think about.
Thank you. But then one more question comes up to my mind. How important is to notice it? Do any Mažeikis or Edgaras? Oh, we have performance coming here with a lot of... we can film it and show it somehow? The camera of mine can show it or not? Where's my camera? Oh, here it is. That's an interruption or the adding things to our connection. Glitches, unexpected behaviors. And we can decide to ignore it or to notice it. So talking about that power of connection, is it important to notice it or to have it in our mind on a daily basis? Because now I thought that I will show it and won't ignore the obvious things that surrounds us. So what about connection as a power tool? Should it be noticed, or is it just a thing that isn't so important?
Well, I can just continue perhaps. I mean, the world today is made to be as smooth and frictionless as possible, right? We must not notice any of those intermediations that take place. We just open our device and we get stuff ready-made for us, readily pre-selected for us. So I think noticing things and concentrating on friction is the first step towards winning back some power, because otherwise, if we go with the flow, we just become distracted by this kind of constant scrolling through stuff and constant consumption of stuff. So I think noticing friction, introducing friction deliberately, that's a counterpower thing that we can do.
Is there any power in our memory we have? Because media, not only connecting us, but also showing our memories, also gives us power, or I don't know if it gives us power of memories or it contracts from us, takes from us our memories. Edgaras, do you have something to add on it?
Yes, hello. I don't want to be that guy, that philosopher guy, but unfortunately I must. When you, dear Emma, use the terms connection and power, what do you mean by them?
I just meant that participating in a structure, there is a power we have from the people around us, but also from technology. Like, I meant all power in all the ways. So that was an open question. I just wanted for you, as my guest, just take some of the ways you can see that question, and then I would listen to you and understand something more about what do you think. And I didn't have any precise meaning in myself about the power. This was quite an open question.
So, okay, I will go intuitively then. listening to Mr. Professor Kolpokas, my thesis will be that the more connection one has, the less power he has. Like the modern world or the late modernity, we are too much connected. And so I would go negatively here. There's a certain type of individual sovereignty, and by having much more connections, we're losing power. I don't want to be connected all the time, to be honest. Speaking from personal experience. And again, the link can be explicated very heavily about media connection and memory. But again, just a thesis to work on. We have too much memory in the world now. Like, memory is something that is active, it's not passive, it's not a storage, it's a process of mind and the way we relate to the world. And I would say that we're getting like the history and memory is getting too heavy. It does not allow to look to the future in an honest and an authentic way. Again, in a very like broad sense, and there's individual cases, but especially Europe is heavily in Europe we heavily feel the burden of memory.
Why especially in Europe?
Because in Europe we have the connection with the traditional societies and modernity. Europe is the place where modernity was born, which is, I mean, quite a Eurocentric thing to say. US will be celebrating this summer its 250 years birthday. And we Lithuanians, we had already our 1000th birthday, in 2009. So it's like comparing nothing. And when we look at Italy and other, let's say, writing countries that can track their past through writing, they have even more this burden of memory, which does not mean that having like a written sources means that you are very historicized. Let's say China sees its history for 5,000 years, but still it had to get a connection with Europeans to feel their historicity. So it's a good question, actually. Like, I'm trying to answer myself. Of course, the two world wars happening here, mostly in Europe, was heavily infliction of memory, and the way we see whatever happening now on the historical stage, on the stage that is present, like the invasion to Ukraine, certain leaders doing nonsense. The way we try to explain it is always through historical analogy, which explains something, but I still don't think it's the best way to explain stuff, like having historical analogies. So I'm finished on this matter.
Thank you. I think that's a good time to ask Mažeikis a follow-up question, talking about ways of comprehending that. Do you feel there's some ways that is more productive to think, or other ways more moral to think about it? Is there any guidelines for a human being to have a thought process about memories, connections, and also differences between, for example, as Edgar said, USA and Europe memory?
Okay, thank you. Yesterday I participated in one conference with American philosophers as well from Colombia, Latin America, Colombia Philosophers Online Conference. And we discussed, some Colombian professors discussed about digital imperialism. What does mean digital imperialism and new colonialism? It means that we don't have access to the main algorithms, which was mentioned by Ignas. We don't have access to main algorithm and machines. And okay, we have some level of freedom with some filters, ethical filters, I would say, and marketing filters, which we can use as some simulation of our freedom on the, for example, Facebook or other social networks or on ChatGPT and everywhere. But if you would like to participate in business or if you would like to share more information, you have to pay. Every step you must to pay. And when you will start to pay, you immediately understand how this business is working and where this hidden imperialism exists. This is not so simple. Ethical, we see ethical only on the level of friendship. For example, this Facebook allows to have 5,000 friends, but algorithms works actually somewhere for 200 only from these friends which you actually communicate. If you would like to share your information immediately, you must pay. And it's very similar like invisible imperialism when we're using, for example, banking cards with SWIFT code. Everybody pays, United States for this SWIFT code, but we don't see this, or even we don't experience if you don't have big company or some you are not owner of some market where you will immediately experience what does mean this payment cards and similar. This is political environment, and when we're talking about power, it's not always clear. This is probably why Edgar has asked, what do you mean by the power? Because power can be an hard power, military, and smart power on the technologies, or soft power, what we are doing, And financial power is probably the element of smart power, and financial power is always as well shared but on the global level. And our ethical attitudes presuppose that we recognize all these levels and we are responsible when we are doing something, For example, that if you, it's very interesting, if you organize some action against imperialism and pay Google and Facebook money for the sharing of information at the same time, this is very big irony. In order to fight against imperialism, you first of all need to pay money for imperialism, for the right to fight against imperialism, and they even will control your sharing information through very, very various filters. This cynical situation has another example. Contemporary digital capitalism try to create some called chambers of happiness or rooms of happiness, chambers of happiness, where, or bubbles of happiness, where you can communicate with some friends. For example, we are together communicate. And through this communication, we can experience even happiness. That from ethical point of view, it's very good because you just feel your happiness, and it means that you achieve your result through your communication, but you achieve your result only because you include it into this closed bubble or chamber of happiness, without any conflict, because you don't feel even conflict. You invited only your friends, which you could feel good or nice with together with them. The different approach is to break these limitations, and it means that in this case, that unhappiness, some level of unhappiness, means ethical approach. That if people are happy, it means it's not ethics. It's happiness in contemporary world means happiness in the matrix, film matrix, that everybody is, brainwashed and everybody is happy to be brainwashed, that liberation from the matrix presupposes another ethics. It's not ethics of happiness. It's ethics of struggling or ethics of resistance, which presuppose the pain, which presuppose the conflict. That is a completely different sort. But our society, I will finish myself, But our society, for example, in Lithuania, like in all Europe, try to build so-called good or benefit society. Good and benefit society means, first of all, the happiness. And now Lithuanian young generation are the most happy in Europe, according to index. We are the most happy. It's not a good result because it means that people don't like to feel and to fight this, to resist this imperialism, if you would like. This is the difference, different approach. So I'm critical about ethics of happiness in the history, in the period of digital capitalism.
Thank you. As an observer, I saw people gathering up around the stage in this talk, and
I don't hear you.
Sorry. Oh, I see. Sorry. As an observer, sorry. I saw people gathering up around the stage, and you are talking about unhappiness as a fight form, and they're all in their faces happy about it. They're all smiling, every one of them. So I think when people find meaning or like a path to take or some irony, I don't know which was it, because in my head was like a lot of thoughts that made me smile time to time. I don't know if it was a happy smile, but that was an emotion of your talk, and we are smiling and feeling connecting, not because of digital platform. So it wasn't a digital imperialism. Sorry, I can't talk clearly, but thank you. And so what I wanted to say, that sometimes I see everywhere a structure of people listening to each other, and I can't find how individual person can achieve that happiness, as is quite often perceived in eastern parts of the world. There is some trying to find happiness in individualistic approach. And I see in our world always a feeling of meaning in our life, and we are surrounded by people and having a lot of connections. So my question is in this fight still the community matters? Does it not? Yes. So how to have a community without the connectivity with these imperialistic forms of connection?
We can hear you, Professor.
Sorry, concerning connection or symbolical interactionism between each other, I completely agree with you. We are social human beings, we are social animals and symbolical animals at the same time. And we cannot develop our mind without communication. That's, for example, in the period of 19th or even especially 18th centuries, many philosophers considered that our mind is completely monadic or included just only into brain. Now we are discussing that our knowledge and our consciousness are rather communicative, We always remember because we communicate to each other and we are related. So this is very important to remember. When I criticize this digital or technological imperialism, I don't criticize social interaction. Vice versa, or I think oppositely. So the only communication means and can realize our freedom, our critical thinking, and our empathy to each other. But it's very important always to criticize pathological communication and pathological, emotions. For example, you mentioned about smiling. This is very interesting because and at the same moment, you as well mentioned that the smiling can be not only open and friendly, but very ironical, or I would say even cynical and ironical at the same time. And we can remember, for example, Donald Trump's smiles. You know, what does mean his smiling of Donald Trump? Does he looks friendly at the same time, or he's cynical, or just he play a role at the same time, or can he ironize? We never know what his smile means in this sense, or it is just learned smiling, you know, like cultural behavior, appropriate behavior. You never know about this smiling, and this smiling doesn't show nothing now in contemporary world. But if you are involved into your friendly connection with your friend, and you trust him, you know, his smile can mean for you whole world. It's so important, you know. So we the same sign, the same symbolical behavior has completely different significances dependent from our interpretation. And we need to choose our interpretation and not to be naive. For example, sometimes you can allow himself to be naive, but only in the cases when you completely trust somebody, you know, for example, love and trust. So you believe, and you can one time per week smile naively and openly, you know. The other time, all your smiles are political, you know, and political, it's a game, you know, and new sort of game which come probably not only from Europe, but from United States. But I prefer this one game, just Russian non-smiling game. You know, this even, it looks like better sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thinking about that, just talking about Trump, that raised my. I just remembered how Trump and Biden and all actual like the new politics form of using social medias, Instagrams, Twitters, X platform, I don't know, just to raise emotional storytelling more than any other way of storytelling. It's really interesting because when I'm thinking about all the media we have, and also like artificial intelligence media, it's usually not about memory, or it's always focused on our emotional level. So in a way, it becomes a little bit more compressed and more just acting on our emotions. Is it like decreasing, or is it like a bad, like not a bad thing, but is our media is now having a decreasing thing, or it's evolving to something new? Because as I see it, is always the thing of emotional and quick memory repeats itself. Like it's really quick and emotional based, and nothing that has a value in longer time base. So what I mean that trying to figure it out how politics starting to be really short-lived, and previously when we had monarchies, it was like long stories that hold the community. Now it's this more quick-based. It's really short-term politics. Is it true or is it not? Do you, any of you, my guest, has something to say on it?
I could probably. I mean, on the one hand, I wouldn't necessarily rely on this distinction between, you know, long-term reason-based and short-term emotion-based. I think it's a sort of artificial distinction that we have inherited throughout several centuries of European intellectual history, at the very least since the Enlightenment. But at the same time, those are two ways of orienting ourselves in the world. And there are, I think, objective reasons why this focus on emotion is kind of more dominant today, because emotions are quicker. Emotions allow for very quick reactions to the world. And we all know, we all understand from our own experience, I think, that we are overwhelmed. We are overwhelmed with content. We are overwhelmed with notifications coming to all of our devices. And when we open any of our social media accounts, there's so much content to scroll through that we can't, think about it all the time. And again, there's this paradox, because when you look at what people are trying to say to you, for example, through various media and information literacy initiatives, stop and think and give time to everything. No, we can't do that. So we have to rely on quicker ways of thinking, quicker ways of interacting with the world. And therefore, it's absolutely natural that emotional criteria kind of dominate today. Again, I wouldn't necessarily say that, it's superior or inferior. I don't think that, some of the ways in which it's very popular to establish a hierarchy here, right? So we're kind of degrading into this kind of emotionality, and therefore we have this kind of post-truth era nowadays upon us, and so on and so forth. I think it's again, a very nostalgic thing and a very paradoxical thing, because we're kind of trying to criticize some of the emotional based appeals, such as, make America great again. How? By saying, make truth great again, right? Make truth, make reason great again. So we're kind of employing this nostalgic attitude that the same guys whom we are criticizing, that they're making use of. So in that sense, I would say, it's just a natural reaction to the information environment, to the technological environment that we're in. Although I think one thing that you mentioned is quite important, and that's this kind of change in perspective. And I think it ties in with what Edgaras was talking about at the very beginning, that there's this weight all the time, and the more we interact, the more we connect, this weight accumulates, and it kind of drags us down, and it does not allow us to establish this kind of more long-term connection, clearer connection with the world. So in that sense, I do see this as a problem, but not because of, switch from reason to emotions or something else.
I would like to add to Ignace one example, that when French writer Marcel Proust wrote the book with the title In the Searching of Lost Time, the first volume of this very book was devoted to the memory of nostalgic memory of mother's cake, or Madeleine, mother's cake, and from this memory of smell of cake, he remembered all his young time. It looks like very nice and very good phenomenological research, but what's happened after Marcel Proust? Some other writers use the same technique of the memory of nostalgic elements from our young years, and later market, what they did. They transform everything into advertising. Look, this one cake will remember your mother, from the early period and from the early time. And at the end, what philosophers and some writers understood, if you have your nostalgic memory, never write about it, because if you will write, someone will capitalize it, marketize it, and sell this one. If you would like to keep your nostalgic and private memory, do it private. This is defense of private area, of friends area from marketization, become one of the most important sign, I would say, of contemporary time. I participate, for example, in many communities, and more communities in Lithuania have an agreement that we will never share this confidentiality, never share our experience from our meeting. Why? Because this is our private, right to keep our memory just only for us. If somebody break this, this rule, this is not law, it's not normative, it's just some agreement between friends. If you will break this law, probably the second or the third time you will be not invited. Nobody will be invited you more because you share this information. You break our friends agreement. So we need to defend our private sector, our friendship sector, from this marketization. And if you would like to sell something, for example, your nostalgia, you should be very reasonable about selling. Some people would like to sell everything from their life, every moment of life, to translate through TikTok or somewhere. Okay, it's their problem that they would like to marketize themselves whole their life to marketize. I don't agree about this, and it's very nice that we start to defend our naive private sector and friendship sector.
Thank you. Oh, you can hear me, yeah? Oh, sorry. Yeah, now we can hear each other, right? Sure. So, of course, I think everybody would agree that we should secure our private and friends sector. It's obvious, but why people are not doing it? Why it's not so easy, like to pick this kind of viewpoint? What something we have to leave behind to pick that side, right? What we are not having when we pick to protect friendships and something that is personal. Ours people are used to be so open and want to be individual and want to tell whole world about themselves so much. Why is it happening? It's strange that people don't think that this thing, to being open, means you are also losing something. So, does media taught us to be so open and do not have some personal things with us, inside us? Edgar's, do media teach us something that is turning us against us?
Media does a lot of things. I would say that for now, the 21st century, the biggest ontological impact, the biggest factor that changes the structure of the world is social media. Privacy was something that everyone enjoyed, but everyone wanted to be public back in the good old days. Public was power, status, and stuff like that. Now, our conversation is going to the direction that the enjoyment of being private. It reminds me of Deleuze's words, the enjoyment of not being seen. So this is a guy that writes in 90s and 80s. And so I'm not sure if he taught us. There's something biological here going on. We are social animals, absolutely. But the thing that's missing in that experience, although it is a cliche, but I have to say, is our bodies. Like, body is something that's private and open. And in the digital sphere, in the digital landscape, the fact that we're missing our bodies allows people to actually disregard their immediate experience. We're having someone in Ukraine who is waiting for Russians, while at the same time his house is being destroyed by Russian missiles. And when you ask that person, but yeah, look, like the Russians are this who destroyed your home, like, why are you waiting for them? He would answer, no, it's Ukrainians. I've been told it's Ukrainians actually destroying my home. So the power of social media to negate a direct experience of someone, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Okay. I had a thought.
Can I add,
Oh, yeah, of course.
one moment for Edgar? You know, I thought I'm thinking about this importance of private sphere in the digital era when surveillance is, we are surveillance everywhere, surveillance is everywhere. And I think that's what's happened with our young generation, and I would say from the kindergarten and school, younger school, yes, to learn children of privacy. You know, this is very important because they started to live in the world where everything is open, you know, and it looks like that they can translate as well everything. And surveillance is just norm of life, but it's not norm of life. You know, that's I would remember you that that private sector as some boudoir, first of all, in the noble houses, you know, noble palaces, appeared only about 17th, 18th century. It's very late in the history, you know. That's why, because it needs to be, privacy should be organized. And for example, people in the villages, they didn't have privacy because big families want small houses, you know, they always, everybody can visit everybody in any time. And privacy it was not just cultural achievement. It's very long history when privacy was created. And so quickly this privacy can be destroyed. And you know that I would say some people who cares about their body life, you know, they care as well about privacy, but the younger generations don't know about the role and value of privacy. And how can we organize this privacy in digital time, in digital period? You know that privacy in, for example, between businessmen cost a lot, you know, it's very expensive privacy. Because if you would like create completely private room without any, you know, a possibility to listen you or to watch you and to control you, you need to organize special rooms, you know, it's cost a lot, it's very expensive. Okay, I'm not talking about such kind of rooms, but in any way about explanation for people that we don't need to share everything on the social network of capital, because what we are doing on this so-called social networks, we collecting some so-called cultural or symbolical capital all the time, and we share all the time, and we are in the capital circulation. But it's not all our life should be about capital circulation. Sometimes something can happen in private area, and this private area as well can be developed a long time, you know, like subconscious like our subconscious, where only the best friends can be invited.
Yes.
I was just reminded with the interesting fact that now in prisons a lot of money is actually spent to not allow prisoners to be connected, because the way of connection to different types of Wi-Fi's and stuff, and it can be very easily overrun. So the amount of money that is spent in prison for prisoners to have their privacy and to think about their guilt is also unbelievable.
I felt quite at peace in Berlin as I walked through the streets, because there's so much people in relation to Lithuania that I felt invisible. I felt that I am not seen. And as deeper I go in our Lithuanian little villages, that's where I feel seen. That's where people are looking into my eyes and questioning why I'm here. So I thought that megacities is also kind of media, where we are trying to be seen, and in a mega big object we are not used to comprehend, and we get into some strange behaviors, as getting our all energies trying to be seen, trying to be something, even we are something in a first, we are something, but we are trying to be something because we are not used to be in such big environments and understand that we are. It's just the thing I felt in Berlin, and I didn't feel in Lithuania. So I think in cyberspace we can also sense this thing, that we are quite small and trying to be louder in the algorithms. Also now people try to also be more interesting than bots or artificial intelligence. So that's then I think people will understand that some things shouldn't be mediated or talked about, because there's so much bots that will talk about things that doesn't exist, that your existence will be not so important, and will be a moment in history when people could, I think, finally concentrate in their lives, because they'll be so really false lives outside my perspective, outside our perspective. A lot of people are afraid of bots and artificial intelligence and social media, but just because we relate that we are what we are in social media, in cyberspace. If we are not concerned about what we are in cyberspace, so we shouldn't be afraid of artificial intelligence in art or any other form. That's my thought. I wanted to share it as a guest, not as a mediator. What in your fields I'm interested is artificial intelligence are important topic, or it is not, because when I go anywhere, it's always the main topic. In my age range, people talk it about all the time. Still, there's a topic in your philosophies also included artificial intelligence nowadays?
Yeah, I could move forward. So first of all, building on what you spoke about not being seen, I mean, I would agree to that only conditionally, because that's only possible if you ignore all the surveillance systems across the city, and only if you ignore the fact that you're constantly being tracked through your phone, through all the wearable devices that you use, and so on and so forth. So we are never truly alone, and we are never truly not being looked at. And at the same time, I think this question of, with whom we are not alone and who is looking or what is looking at us becomes particularly important. And this is where artificial intelligence comes in, because, of course, we increasingly interact with AI agents, with various platforms and interfaces enabled by artificial intelligence. We increasingly experience AI as companions. Of course, you can now pay to have an AI companion, even with some holographic personal appearance. And this, of course, raises the question, what's this distinctly human element? And that is there, or should there be a distinctly human element? Whether we're talking about expression, creativity, and so on, or whether we're talking about personality. Again, there's a blurring line between human existence and non-existence. For example, you could have your deceased friends, relatives, loved ones being incarnated as AI agents nowadays. And again, so where does humanity begin and end in this regard? Can we be continued by digital means? Can we upload ourselves onto computers, as some transhumanists would suggest? So all of those issues, I think, really very directly play out in terms of trying to orient ourselves, trying to understand who we are in the world. And at the same time, I think underscoring some structures of thought that we have inherited, again, from previous centuries that may not have been very adequate or not too morally or ethically convincing. I mean, we are used to having this idea of human exceptionality, right? That we are those exceptional beings and everything must revolve around us. That already caused, to a large extent, the climate catastrophe that we lived through, because all resources were there for our self-improvement and, again, for improvement of our happiness. Again, so we again remove to this idea of happiness here. Maybe in many ways, technology is now holding a mirror in front of us and saying, look, maybe as persons or as kind of living, thinking entities, maybe we are not so exceptional after all. Maybe we can be simulated, or maybe we cannot. Maybe there's still something to be preserved in there. So there are all sorts of interesting and I think very pressing questions here raised by artificial intelligence that we need to think about, not necessarily to answer, because I'm not sure that there's a final answer to be given there, and I'm not sure philosophy should be about final answers, probably not, but certainly thinking and provoking ourselves into thinking, that's certainly the case.
Yeah, I would like to add, that's because, contemporary artificial intellect is based on old system, binary system, 0-1 code, and still it's binary code. And it means that scientists are a little bit or a lot disappointed by this code, because it means that these machines cannot have consciousness. Consciousness is impossible because this binary code too simple, From the other side, many of scientists consider possibility of quantum computer. Quantum computer will be based not on this simple binary code. It can be much more developed. It's not only about simple two-dimensional thinking, or that's thinking in one platform. It will be much more complex. And there is idea that quantum computer can create some consciousness, but not exactly human beings' consciousness. Ignas mentioned about it, because this consciousness can be completely different from human beings' consciousness. It means that this consciousness, even quantum computers cannot substitute our consciousness. It will be different. It will be not our. It will be alien, consciousness, which we can communicate in a way. So, returning to this one binary system of AI, I would say that is a continuation of our communication, first of all. This is as well algorithm machine for calculating. It's very useful, can help in the process of acceleration. That we can do it quicker, and we can do everything more precise. Sometimes digital AI can do our job for us, what we see in shopping centers, for example, more and more every day. What's happened? This is our future. I'm very positive about AI from the one side, but from the other side, I will remember that AI as well the part of digital capitalism, because we can participate and buy this products from AI, but that only few from world, the most advanced and creative, can participate in the development of this AI on the different conditions. This is other sort of business, but in a way it's business area, and it's very interesting that our new God, so-called God, is capitalized now. It's God which is in the banking system, It's not this from church God. It's capitalized, marketized God.
Now it's a good moment. We have 20 minutes. I don't know if you all can be in this talk still, but there's an audience, and I would like to ask if any people from an audience has some questions, because there's like a lot of themes that we talked about, and some thoughts can be raised, and about those thoughts can be raised some questions. Do you have any? People are shy, but I have some questions. I always have questions about digital capitalism. So we talk about this God that's money-based. And usually, I think gods in some part of our history was also based on power, not eventually money, but power. And sometime more ago, I don't know, when our religion started in our sapient brains, I don't know when it was, but it started at some moment that people gathered and thought about the God. And I'm intrigued. Is it really so different when it was in those prehistoric times, when we accepted that we have a God and now it helps us to survive and to communicate and to connect and to be in a group and understand some words that we invent because we believe in God, some I don't know what is God, but I think it has a function, and that function is it became so not important nowadays, and we want to try to be safe from it because we talk about capitalistic God as a thing we have to hide from. But in some sort of my thinking, it helps us to survive in this really difficult system we have going on now, with a lot of people with different religions, and we have that capitalistic God that helps us to sustain our system. So that's my thought. Is the gods are really important? We shouldn't like say that capitalistic God is not good or not important. I don't want to say good or bad, but I think it's really important to be in this process. But should we be in this process? Should we change the process we are in? That's the question. The last question, and we can end this conversation with a more religious or God-wise question.
I can give a small remark. The thing with traditional God is it's unknowable in a lot of sense. There is a limit that one can speak about God, one can represent it. In phenomenology of religion, there's this concept of numinosity, like experience of dread and inexplicability and inarticulate experience. So having God in the universe, it's something healthy. It teaches us to be okay with uncertainty. Especially philosophers, it's very important. The problem with God as capital is that if you know the Russian toy Matryoshka, so you open it, okay, so there's an AI, you open it, there's a company, you open their company, and the problem is that you will end up with nerds like Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk, which are very knowable and nothing interesting about that, and they will never create an experience of luminosity. So yeah, like we should get rid of that kind of words.
Kalpokas, Mažeikis, I would also want your sayings. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, we do have today sometimes very literal coming together of religion and capital. I think, let's say, of what is happening in the United States, the current dominant forms of religiosity, the MAGA religiosity of the United States, where there's a very strong monetary element in the mega churches that typically underpin the MAGA movement there, where religion has become capital and very big business, and salvation has become very big business in a sense. Again, perhaps not entirely unprecedented. We may think how religious reformation started in Europe from, the Catholic Church making religion a business through the sale of indulgences and so on. But at the same time, religion as we understand it stereotypically, it can be very easily monetized. It can be the source of immense financial power as well. At the same time, I do agree that this sort of true religiosity involves a sense of the unknown, comfort with the unknown, sometimes maybe trembling in the face of the unknown. But again, that's a sort of relationship with the limit of our knowledge, right? In many ways, I think what's being done today through the technological environment that we're in is to erase the sense of limit, to erase the sense of the unknown, in the sense that you can always get an answer to anything. You can always have an app for everything. This immense amount of technological solutionism around. There's an app for every question. There's an app for every problem. If there's not an app for everything, you can ask ChatGPT or any other AI tool, and you will get an answer. So everything ultimately has to be knowable. Any mystery, any limit of knowledge that exists, it's turned into a market opportunity because, hey, there's a new tool that I can create for it. So there's a difference here, right? From acceptance of limits, acceptance of limit to knowledge, to recognition of something as a fact that could be accepted, could be feared, but still a fact, to something that has to be overcome at any cost in human labor, any financial cost. And again, that is where, venture capital comes in, right? Again, sparing no cost to overcome some kind of limit to knowledge, some kind of limit to what we can do. So in that sense, this more authentic sense of religiosity can serve as a counterbalance, I would say. But again, it's very difficult to achieve that in an environment where everything has to be smooth, where there needs to be a neat interface, a neat user interface for everything, because again, this kind of masks any sense of that there might be a limit to knowable, doable, and so on.
Yeah, and maybe can I add as well about this religiosity? Okay, I agree about this, that what Edgar's say that, God can be considered, especially in so-called negative theology, as some unknown, unlimited, or transcendent. And it means it's very interesting that this digital so-called God, which can answer all your questions, even through the cell, it means that, he's completely opposite what we described as philosophical God, and philosophical God can be not presented, but can be thought only in privacy, which we discussed, where Google and other digital instruments don't have access, at least in this time. When I am alone and without any AI, and my cell doesn't call me, in my, lowliness, I can think this transcendence or unknown, in some very private way. And in this event, the digital communication is absent, and it is very big achievement. It's very big achievement, to have this pleasure, at least 15 minutes per day, to be completely alone, to think unlimited. I need more time actually than 15 minutes. It's not enough for me. Okay, but you understand my thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. And I think it's time to say thank you and leave you alone. But we have questions now, so I will let people to ask. It's now asking Gytis Davidaitis has a question.
Hi, I think I can wave in the camera. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, super nice to see you all here, and extremely interesting discussion, very stimulating, and I have many thoughts, but maybe I will try to keep it short and focused. Here within the StreamArtNetwork, there is this discourse, very inspiring, tactical media, and tactical media is about subverting traditional media regimes in the favor of democracy, and there's another word and keyword, autonomy, very much important here. But there's also the question of privacy and whether do we need to be private or public. And streaming is fundamentally a technology about publicity. So like Olympic Games, I think, is a brilliant example, like all over the world. Here we're kind of like utilizing the same tech, but in the favor of kind of being within like 20, 30 people audiences. And when you were speaking about the question of privacy, and then for me it's very interesting, what is the relationship between being private and autonomous? Being alone in your private room, you're kind of like autonomous, right? But now I'm kind of like maybe provoking or maybe speculating, these business people who are businessmen in a private room, two of them maybe, but the room itself as a media is a huge infrastructure and they depend on a lot of things. So is privacy and autonomy always related, or sometimes it can be like you can be private but not autonomous at all? Like, yeah, what is, maybe you have some comments about that. Thank you.
Can I start? For example, I'm very involved into thinking of autonomy and autonomous group, and I would like to be autonomist as well. So where I see autonomous in Lithuania between NGOs, non-governmental organizations, which try to escape from state governments, from state surveillance, and they would like to organize autonomous network where state or sometimes even business, because it's a non-profit sector as well, business sector will be absent. And it means that autonomism means, first of all, trust in some group. It's not just friendship, but at least trust, trust of some group of people that we trust each other, and we have our common idea, at least our common occupation, common vision. What we need to do in this in this time. And autonomy means that you can develop some ideas independently from global, digital, or other type of capital. You can liberate yourself. It's very important. I would say that if you would like, it's all in all the areas. It's important, and in culture, for example, different subcultural artist movements, or in social sector, many NGOs were participated in this one type. However, autonomism is not private. It's different. Autonomism means that we can meet together and we organize our space and time together, but it's not private. It's our common. Common. So we see global, state, common for autonomies, and private. There are many conditions of our being. And sometimes we forgot about some beings. For example, if we think that everything exists only in global market, so we negate and autonomism as well, private sector, and not private sector, I would say privacy, very individual privacy. I'm talking about existential privacy. Existential privacy and autonomous solidarity, it's not the same. Autonomous solidarity can have political value, as well artistic value, and social value. This is different, but it's different as well from the state power and global power. So differentiation of these different powers help us to organize our society and to help us to develop our democracy. For example, participatory democracy is possible, on my opinion, and have some value if many autonomous groups participate in this participatory democracy, but not just individuals. If we are talking about just individuals, it means that they are not organized. They come like members of masses, you know. If you come not as a member of masses, but as a member of autonomous group, it looks completely different because we are organized in this sense. We are organized as some, many groups of people. It's different.
Yeah. If I could add a bit, again, privacy is important, but there are several questions. Privacy why and privacy what for? Whether you're in a private setting because you feel like you need it, or because privacy is the new fashion. Yeah, and that's very important thing. Again, do you really know what to do with that privacy, or is it just something for demonstration purposes? There's this new fashion of retro and analog devices now, right? Using analog devices instead of digital devices. Yes, you are more private if you're doing that, but if you're doing that simply because it's the new fashion, then you're certainly not autonomous. You're just part of another trend, another way of accumulating capital by somebody who's making those retro devices and so on. So why and what for in privacy? I think those are the two questions that you need to answer for yourself to start thinking, okay, am I really autonomous in this situation, or am I just following the flock?
How privacy can be demonstrated, but also remain private? Because the moment when I demonstrate my privacy, I don't know if I have it, actually.
But that's entirely the point. You don't have to demonstrate your privacy because it's something about you. There's no necessary other in there. So yeah, there's no need to demonstrate anything. If you feel the need to demonstrate anything to anyone, then you've lost your autonomy in the first place.
I agree. And now we have to end this nice conversation, this connection for me. Thank you, all of you, that you had a time and picked this and gave to us your time. So we are thankful, all of us. And we are clapping as bye and thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Groups are not masses, because we directed, but masses usually are also directed, is it not? No? Like by some reasons we can't have a conscious awareness, but they are controlled. Masses are web bases that are controlled. So when he said that groups that is controlled are not masses, I thought that I never had that meaning in myself. I thought that masses are also controlled. So does it has a difference? I don't understand that.
So I think what Mažeikis was speaking about is this critical perspective on political generalizations of society that politicians, especially like populist ones, really like to understand, let's say, like all this protest movement. It's a mass of people. It's just like this kind of like a blob which has no identity and is inert, like a zombie, which just goes like without any kind of autonomous agenda and organization, etc. So these are, I think, very different things. So mass is this kind of inert, and the autonomous group is when people, come together. They have like a aim or like at least some kind of like problems or emotions which bring them together and some kind of agenda. And the mass is very dangerous. Mass understanding people as just participants of a mass, because then it kind of degrades the individuality to just this like emotional level, and then also politicians who, let's say, like Nazi Germany, really looked at the society as a mass and they really tried to control it. So it's kind of...
I have an interesting fact for all of you if you didn't know. There's like radio stations mass-produced in Germany, Nazi Germany. They are freely given to all the people in every region, in every layer of society you are in. Doesn't matter. You have that station in your home, and it has one channel frequency. So you always just hear one person, Hitler, talking. That's all. But all the people had it in Germany. So this is, I think, very good show how masses can be easily like a tool of for power, to have some media for people who can't pick on themselves what to listen, what to see. So,
Yeah, Craig, maybe you can elaborate a little bit more about this notion of autonomy within your context as political organizing for many years.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's hard to do this and find like an immediately common language. So I have to speak in the language of like the British left, which is a different context, which is that to say that so kind of around about the 70s in Britain, you began to see a real intellectual exchange of ideas coming largely from Italy and the autonomist movement in Italy, which was a Marxist but heterodox and anti-Bolshevik Marxism that kind of did battle with like the established communist and socialist parties in Italy, and they basically sort of posed that instead of the development of capitalism being sort of driven by capital, it was actually driven by working class struggle. And this was the idea of autonomist Marxism. So instead of having an economistic Marxism, this kind of, base superstructure, orthodox Marxism, or a philosophical Marxism, like kind of Frankfurt School critical theory, everything is capitalism, it was instead an autonomist Marxism, which posed that, struggle is kind of constant and ongoing and happens in all sorts of institutions all of the time. But also that gives us a kind of power organizationally. And that ordinary people are able to advocate for themselves and affect historical development outside of the state and outside of trade unions and outside of mass parties. So the development of this in Italy looks quite interesting because it begins with a recognition that the way that work in particular is being organized is fundamentally changing, and with a shift to kind of post-Fordism. And these ideas come to Britain in what in the 70s was called the libertarian movement. Not libertarian like in America, in like that kind of right-wing sense, but it was actually kind of like dissident, if you could imagine such a thing, dissident Trotskyists who were organizing around the feminist movement in particular and squatting, who kind of developed these ideas of autonomous social movements, basically. And this idea has kind of continued and was reawakened during like the alter-globalization movement in the 90s and the anti-Rhodes movement in the 90s. And so the influence of people like Antonio Negri was massive in Britain in a way that it wasn't in Italy. And so with relation to this idea of like the mass, instead like this idea of like the multitude, and the multitude of kind of having this sort of amorphous, more kind of rhizomatic, like post-structuralist kind of relationship. But these ideas, I think, are still very kind of present today, and even a lot of people who are involved in political organizing and street politics and extra-parliamentary politics are kind of, enthused by this kind of movement and have always had a relationship to, for example, media activism, squatting, and things like that.
Yeah, very interesting to hear. And I just now reflecting on this recent protest movements in Lithuania, I somehow think that, and also reflecting on the left's reaction towards these protest movements, I know that it's widely criticized, the protests by the left, that they are like too much conservative. And somehow now when I hear your conversation, like thoughts about autonomy, I kind of like realize that perhaps within post-Soviet context, autonomy meant much more ideas leaning towards right than like within your context, because it's like about having your national identity and really sticking together as a group, obviously, as a group against socialism, against kind of communist, and communism is really like a dangerous word to use in public in Lithuania, although it is being quite widely utilized by like these far left, let's say, as far as you can get. It's not that far, I think, in Lithuania, and quite interestingly, most of the organizing, like this is the place where you can meet most of the international audience within this, but maybe this is like more universal. So I just kind of like now I'm loudly kind of reflecting on this notion and about autonomy and self-organizations, which for Lithuania means more like standing up for our national identity. So it's really, and now with these protest movements, it's obviously like for the free speech, media, etc. But still, once again, Lithuania, it's like for the Lithuania, for us to be Lithuanians, to stand against Russia. So there is this kind of like a much larger scale kind of like divides. Totally nothing about your kind of labor unions or like some kind of working class struggles or anything like that.
I mean, this is interesting because, of course, Britain until the 1950s was a colonial power. And so even a lot of the kind of social democratic achievements, for example, the National Health Service in the 1940s, were made possible because of the existence at that time of colonies in most of the world. And so the idea of kind of like, I mean, there is within the workers' movement a kind of like British worker kind of thing. There is a kind of capital C communist movement. It's very, very tiny, and very like socially conservative, very nationalistic, and very authoritarian, as you'd expect. And so, I don't know. I mean, I suppose maybe that's part of the reason why the left in Britain, whenever it's kind of thought of the word communism, it's always been with a small c, and usually with a qualifier like libertarian communism or, Marxist feminism or something like that, and always with a kind of like an anti-colonial perspective and an internationalist perspective too.
I don't know. Have you participated in the protests, or like maybe you have some comments on that autonomy, which was taking place there?
I was participating.
Yes.
I was participating in 2013 protests in Kyiv. Exactly. Yeah, so the reason why it happened was the inside influence of Russia. It sounds so simple, but in reality much more complicated. And of course protests were having this vibe of acknowledging your identity and kind of like taking out from your shoulders hands of Russian Empire.
You said acknowledging your identity. So identity as who?
As at least as a not Russian. Because in protests, of course, not only Ukrainian took part, but for example, Crimean Tatars, who are and were suppressed by Russia and taken over from the Crimea Peninsula like already 100 years ago, and it continues for now. So I got a delay, Sophia. What's up? Okay, that's fine. I just lost for a moment my when thought is when thought is doubled, you're starting to rethink it one more time. Like you're hearing what you said and you're like, what did I just say? Like, and why? Maybe I supposed to say something else. Yeah, so this is the point. And also Sakartvelo people, Georgian, also took part. So Maidan became kind of a field for a lot of post-Soviet national groups who were suppressed. But it wasn't the first revolution, actually, because there were revolution on granite. I don't know, this kind of a rock which is used, granite. Yeah, and then we had the Orange Revolution, and then in 2014 this, for now, last one, but we will see, maybe not the last. Anyway, the thing is that, for example, if in 2014 the vibe of the revolution had kind of this appearing conservative, because before in Ukraine conservative it was Russian vibe, Russian influence and so on. Russians brought far right and conservative visions, and Ukrainian nationalists were considered as a leftists. So upside down everything. And for example, when a full-scale invasion started in 2022, actually like freedom in much wider sense started to be overthought and reproduced, of course, for all kind of minorities, not only like on national background, but the weird moment when suddenly LGBTQ plus community is going with nationalists in the same division to defend their land. So these moments are kind of demonstrates that in crisis all these divides are blending and losing its sense.
And if it wouldn't lose its sense, and if it would remain dividing, then no fight would be possible, right? So this is essential. I wanted to ask for reflections. So we started taking this microphone because of these questions about privacy and autonomy within the context of the StreamArtNetwork. And I kind of realized during Emma's conversation with these philosophers that we have this really interesting tension between autonomy and privacy here within the stream events. So on the one hand, we don't subscribe to these extremely public transmissions of our streams. So what we value is more like strong ties, right? Instead of like getting 10,000 audience, it's more like maybe 10 actually people, but those who really matter. So there is this kind of like inversion going from complete like publicity towards more like private contexts. So, but then we as a group operate like now that's, I think it's 19 people gonna be in total when everybody from arrives today. And honestly, my day-to-day reality, just working at my home office, is complete opposite of what I do here. Like there, I'm very private, but as an individual. But then when I come here, I'm like very public, and I'm now like on stage, and I'm like between like a lot of people, and constantly social and communicating and conversating. So there is this kind of like, I really feel tension. But on the other hand, somehow when I'm here together with all of you, I kind of feel more autonomous, that there is some kind of agenda, and that together kind of like sacrificing my individual privacy, I part of it, like totally not everything, but I become more autonomous as a individual within the group. So there is this kind of like really interesting real thing that I think came to my mind. I don't know. You wanted to say? Yes.
Yeah, so one project I'm involved with outside of StreamArtNetwork is it's called Heart Reacts. It's a podcast. Me and my friends run it. It's like an advice podcast. We call it an advice podcast for people who are trying to remain emotionally functional through the collapse of late capitalism. And kind of going on mic, you know, talking about emotions and feelings and stuff was what we called a wager on shared experience. So kind of like this gamble. But we felt it was necessary because what we wanted to resist was what my friend, the deceased cultural theorist Mark Fisher, called the privatization of stress. Because there's a fine line between privacy and privatization. And privatization is a neoliberal politics, and one we should be critical of, that leads to atomization and individualization, and particularly when it comes to people's inner lives, leads to people feeling that their problems are solely their own and can have no social basis and no social remedy. And so we kind of wanted to get on front of the mic in order to hear from listeners, but also to sort of impart our own experiences and to find those areas of kind of commonality and sharedness, togetherness, if you like, in order to deprivatize these kinds of stresses and things. And so to kind of bring into the light the kind of, the private innermost thoughts that we sometimes have. And of course, there's a difficulty then because you're vulnerable, and it means that by bringing things out into the open, of course they can be co-opted, they can be ridiculed, they can be belittled or whatever. But I think that if you're going to have an autonomous politics of the self as much as a kind of like a collectivity or a mass or a movement, then you have to be able to take that wager, to take that gamble. Because in a sense, the kind of the social forces on the other side of that are betting that you won't do it and that you will keep it private.
Yeah, we're having some online participants. Yeah.
Not yet. We're setuping, but at 2 we will have. So we still have like a couple of minutes, and it would be nice if you have a few thoughts more.
Yes, and regarding this privacy, once again, during Emma's conversation, there was this, I think Gintautas Mažeikis said that privacy, on the other hand, is like a capitalist invention, but also monarchist invention, I think. Yeah, he said, yeah, but it's also very much like full of power in this age of complete surveillance. And I feel that we are, I'm also like, not feel, but like I'm confused that that's the feeling about our performance here of like even this moment. And like yesterday, we also had like this kind of like somewhat a discussion which we might have in private, but when we are here public, the discussion becomes more like a discursive, I think, and this is also when we lose our privacy, we become once again, as you mentioned, like can be ridiculed, our words can be used against us and whatnot, but also somehow like this is also very much empowering and brings us and builds this autonomy of a group. So yeah, I'm once again confused about, so I'm losing a certain level of privacy, but then there's like a lot of privacy lost, but through that we kind of like gain power, which is very much different from this privacy when there's like two businessmen discussing private kind of money questions in a room without any like with huge concrete walls. But once again, there is this another element of us being sometimes very private, maybe without any like public stage, and then you can, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe in a way the clue is in the word, because autonomy comes from, auto and nomos, right? And so it's not merely a kind of, removal from kind of other social forces or institutions. Auto meaning of the self, and nomos meaning the kind of like the logic, the episteme, the law, the rule, and the ability to craft one's own kind of let's say logic, law, rule, and to be able to do that together as well. So that I think that actually there's something inherent to something that's autonomous that is creative, and it tries to create something of its own generation.
And autonomous, and there's also this wait, I forgot the word. Yeah, basically creating as a biological organism, which is there is this notion of being autopoiesis, exactly, autopoietic, yes, autopoietic. And are we autopoietic as a StreamArtNetwork? Sure. Yeah. but why then? We are kind of like autopoietic, but then once again, there is this the notion of autopoiesis is widely criticized in a sense that it creates distinctions between a body and its environment, and that like autopoiesis is like always within the larger metabolic processes and like food, bacteria, whatnot when you go to biological. So yeah, Emma.
I just wanted to ask the definition of it, but it is the definition.
Yeah, autopoietic is a understanding of a biological organism as a distinguished from its environment, that this biological organism can fully create itself. So poiesis is like a creation. So you can autopoietic organism is like a, I don't know, like a human body which completely is autonomous and can do its kind of like regeneration as itself. So on the one hand, it's true, but it misses this point that the body is always in relation to everything that is in the environment, and that there is this fully autopoietic systems. There are never like there's always kind of this seeps out into the environment, and then so this is the question like StreamArtNetwork, I would say autopoietic, but then once again we're always in relationship with both negatively to objects of criticism, as in the manifesto, or like what he wrote, streaming against war, streaming against autocracies, etc. These are essential, like as things within the environment to whom we have a relationship, but also then we continuously connect with people, which like once again now during the discussion there were like, and now some people. So yeah, it's I'm just curious.
What will happen to the StreamArtNetwork when all conflicts are gone?
Yeah, utopian vision. All conflicts are gone. So for the StreamArtNetwork, just chilling. Necro chill, I think.
Necro chill. This is the world. Cool. Wow, I remember.
Yeah.
Necro chill.
So maybe with the necro chill we can.
Yeah, necro chill is a good point to have a little break and prepare for the next part discussion. We will go to meet our guests outside, so let's have a moment to enjoy the bar or toilet and silence.
Yay, green water. Yeah.
Good chat.
Yeah, amazing.
So you were at Bergheim yesterday?
Yeah.
How's your feet?
Because Michael was too tired. He gave me his ticket. My feet are awful.
Oh shit.
But it was worth it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a bit sad that I didn't bought the ticket at the right time, and then it was sold out.
So yeah, I was literally like ready to go to bed, and then Michael was like, "Oh, I'm not going to make it. You can have my ticket." And I was like,
Nice.
"Okay, then I get dressed again."
Okay.
Yeah.
Yo.
А треба, щоб тебе було чи як спустити?
Я буду инкогнито. Нас знімає скрута камера. Да. Хто б мог подумати, але це буде зараз Power Electronics set. Hey.
Hello.
Hi,
Nice to see you again.
nice to see you,
Yeah.
and you're welcome in the hybrid
Yeah.
reality. I'm in, I don't know, we are waiting for signal from Gleb, I think, to start, yeah? But you hear me, I hear you,
Yeah.
I see you.
Do you hear us
We have
from the microphone
Yep.
or from laptop audio? Ah.
Yeah,
This one?
And this
you will
one.
get the mic, I think, yeah.
О, Дмитро такий красивий, там дивись.
О, я ж кажу інкогніта. Я була. Ти наша обоє.
Девід Лінч, дивись. Клас.
З якогось кліпа 90-х.
Imaginary.
Yeah, we need
Дмитро.
this at home, I think.
Please not.
So comfy. I'll be like,
I actually hate these things. I don't know, it's like very lazy kind of chairs.
Right.
For lazy people. Or
Лепа,
for
ти прийдеш
musicians.
до нас, чи ти будеш сидіти там?
Я буду дивитися.
Окей.
Ну, якщо щось типу зовсім.
А хто з нами буде говорити? Вони чи ми просто, типа...
Ром.
Окей. Rom, do you see also that we have third person here, or you just see...
Yes, there.
You, right now.
Huh?
Там
So,
Ah, yeah, you see from here.
він ж не бачить це.
No, that's why, yeah, we are three people. Sima, Dmitro, and me, Dmitro. Yeah,
Може,
Нічого, я буду інкогніто.
Окей,
Я буду
you
тільки
can
там.
start.
То можна
Say
отак.
to Rom that you can start.
So we can start.
okay. And also Hert is with us, as I see. Hello.
Hello.
Then, short introduction from the Watermelon Studio from Munich, which is, I think, which is necessary to step from some the reflection about technology, hybridity as a potential pace that we try to create together, to be together in more hybrid and more open and more flexible way in front of geopolitical tensions, in front of the war in Ukraine that we start as Ukraine, our activity because of. With all that issues around the limits of mobility, also for you guys. This is also about solidarity, that we start with the slogan, mission, and the question. What is possible to do in the distance, from the distance, and connecting localities. That's what Hart said yesterday. This is the main idea of StreamArtNetwork and our activities to connect localities. Then we start to discuss what that means. That means localities, what that means, does local context in the global culture and global geopolitical tension and global multi-crisis and the wars and war behind and around, and the colonial questions and the colonial history, which is very complicated, which actually starts with a relation between Western and Eastern Europe that is, I think, good to remind always that this logic of a colonial relation actually starts in late the medieval period and continue actually. And the definition on the and fire. It is also the question to all of you participants of this discussion, where you locate this this gravity point that we need to orient our reflection, discussion, and also struggle. Or maybe this is the first thing. And finally, my dream, starting with the Watermelon Studio and also with this discussion, was the question about possible collaboration also across like different positions. So we are now with Ukrainians, mostly Ukrainian activists, but you are in Berlin. This is very important. You also do things together with Palestinian activists, and this is very important. And this is my first question to maybe to give a kind of insert into the environment, into the Berlin now today, which I must say, few years ago, for all my life, I couldn't imagine the censorship in Germany, in Berlin. I must say also that we are in Munich, we are in Watermelon Studio, which is part of the Chicks on Speed and collaborators exhibition, and of course the Watermelon Studio relates to the Palestinian symbol, and we also got some strange kind of the censorship acts from some parties here around, and this feeling of institutional or political censorship in Germany, I think it's something really strange, but we face it. We need to treat it as something really serious crisis of a European mission or European idea in all. So this is the question to you as a practitioner, working, being in Berlin with some background with your activity. So there are three people. I hope there will be three amazing stories, and I'm listening to you with a prayer now. Thank you for the visit to our studio. And
so hello.
Dimitri first. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Dmitry here. I don't know. I don't think we will all the time answer all together. Just when somebody has something to say, then we'll say. So first of all, to put certain essence is that it would not be completely correct to describe us as like only activists or only people concentrating on working with Ukrainian-Palestinian solidarity, even though we had this in practice. We are mostly, first of all, artists, musicians, activists also, yes. And we had a little bit of experience of such co-creation process with the conceptual event we did together with Dmitro and his label I Shall Sing Until My Land Is Free, when we did a kind of a solidarity statement-wise event which was called Aggressive Language. That was a collaboration between Ukrainian, Palestinian, Syrian and European artists who stand in solidarity position towards the aggression, and I believe we were kind of a first Ukrainian collective to do such a thing in Berlin. And I cannot say that we personally were somehow, or later when I did, for instance, a Ukrainian-Palestinian fundraiser, I don't think we were ever directly experiencing suppression of freedom of speech, but also partly because the ideas that we were presenting through it, they were in a way open to, so like it was political statement obviously, and I think it was kind of a stable one, but it wasn't about a discourse or like engagement verbally with people or something like that. It was just purity of co-creation in some way, that hey, here we are people and we input something into what we do. And back to those time, we did it in 2024, I believe, and we, I think, received kind of a lot of support from the community for doing so, and still after, I don't know, years, people remember about this event and sometimes refer to us like, oh yeah, it was something important, you know. And in terms of yeah, and we also had some like verbal conflicts about it with people, with like different weird arguments, etc. But I would say that it was a great minority, and I would say that the vast majority of activist community in Berlin, they do have this moderately adequate position about all the sides. However, with time, it's visible and feelable that the effect, for instance, of Russian propaganda on community, or certain anti-West propaganda that somehow affects Ukraine as a coexisting force, I would say so. And matter of fact, this, what I'm describing, it doesn't exist in terms of institutional censorship or something like that. It's more of a how community or how activists who have a lot of obviously anger and frustration become more affected to emotional points, or to points like, I don't know, trying to cancel everything West through canceling smaller parts of its influence per se. And now we cannot even say that we are under, I don't know, West power influence, nothing like that. But it's still this misunderstanding of certain, I would say, of certain groups of people on the left, for instance, something like that. I don't know, anybody have anything to add about it?
I can.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sima. I'm Ukrainian activist and artist based in Berlin, and I also work in a beautiful art space, Akud, in Berlin Mitte, and it's very cool place actually, and we do a lot of fundraising events for Ukraine and Palestine, etc. And we, for example, faced a very I didn't know that I would see these kind of things in Berlin also, and we were hosting Palinale last year. And because we had it in our website and Instagram, for example, we had couple of police raids in the middle of events or before that, and they were trying to close us, or they were just entering the building and questioning like who are organizers, when will be event, who will be there. So I think yeah, we had it a couple of times, and after that I started to actually reflect on did I see that it's coming, that Berlin could be such a place where something could be forbidden, because when I came here in 2022, it was like, it seemed like the most open city in the world, like nothing forbidden, everything is so open, and everyone is included, and so on. And after that I was questioning myself, did I see really changes here? How came that it happened so quickly that today everyone is loved and have their voice, etc. And tomorrow one topic is forbidden, then people are forbidden, and so on. And I started to search more, and I saw that actually there were so many red flags that it's coming, because there were like
protests of far-right communities. And of course in Berlin everyone can go on the protests with whatever topic, with whatever demands and so on. But when you see that actually people are against normal human rights, protesting like and showing this, and it's like normal on the streets, it's becoming very confusing. Then it was a lot of also, if you will try to listen to the peace protesters in Berlin, you can find actually a lot of interesting things, because they're not like, they're very, they should be leftists, but they have kind of right agenda where they also excluding some kind of people and excluding some kind of activities and instruments that could help actually people to win or to defend themselves. So yeah, and after that I realized that actually it was already for some time that a lot of these things happening, and now I kind of feel that it's came to Berlin a bit organically, these far-right moves and mindset of the government also. And I was very scared when it all happened, and first people in Berlin were like super involved, and everyone were protesting, and everyone were writing, posting and so on, making events. But then I was very scared that it would be just it will dissolve, and it will just be left as a topic to discuss, topic to make art about or something like that, and would be no like really actions, because every time something like that comes up, people should be very, very active, radical, like rebel. If you're not rebelling in this kind of cases, you will not win. And I was very scared that it will happen here. And now what I'm seeing that, like on my point of view, is that Berlin lacking this kind of rebelling. Like I understand that it's like that a lot of people do it, but it's not enough, because if you want to really push something out of the agenda of the city, you need to be like very, very active. So, but it's very nice that artists and like, yes, that art is very political here finally, and that a lot of artists trying to be the voice. I think that we're like, as Ukrainians, we know a lot about that, how to be active and how to rebel, and how to stand on our positions for a long time, because sometimes to push some right shit out, you need to stand very, very long and be active for a very long time, even when you like burning out and so on. So I hope that Berlin could also do that, and Germany in general, because it's not only Berlin, but I think talk only about Berlin because we live here. Yeah.
Well, so we started in 2022 music label. The idea was to kind of cultural political project, that we would invite different international artists to submit their music, and then we would release it, and when we have profits we would donate these profits to Ukrainian self-defense and humanitarian purposes. And we never felt any censorship from the officials in Berlin, so to say, but we had extreme backlash from a Berlin artistic community, especially at the beginning. So we had really a lot of messages from left-wing artists who would send us messages that we are supported by CIA, that our music should be played in Guantanamo, that we are all Nazis. And it was extremely shocking for us to actually realize that a huge part, not all of course, but huge part of Berlin artist community were really heavily influenced by Russian propaganda over the previous years on extreme levels. And even though we managed to convince, of course, some of our colleagues in some ways, and of course we have really also huge support from artist community, international community in Berlin. So it's not all dark, but so we managed to find a lot of really decent people who are supporting us on everyday level. But this was also our experience that then later on, when happened Hamas attack in Israel, we also saw how Berlin is changing in another topic, how extreme censorship would appear, how artists would tell on artists, how artists would submit it was kind of Stasi style, so to say, constantly surveillance. Artists would surveil other artists, institutions would surveil artists, cancellations of events, that was really extreme. So it was kind of the second thing about grim side of the situation in Berlin at the moment. And I would say it's still going on in many ways. In Ukrainian, for Ukrainians, for Palestinian activists, for Lebanese artists also. It's the same situation with the recent protests in Iran. How the community reflected. It was also so ugly in many ways, what we saw. And yes, this is ongoing process, and communication not easy. Almost every day we have to communicate it, sometimes more, sometimes less, with institutions, with artists, and it's kind of counter-propaganda on some level. At least we concentrate on Ukrainian topic, so we are also limited in our resources. We are not institution, we are just artists who trying to help and to do something. And we also see that many of our colleagues from other countries, they're also doing the same thing in a way, trying to communicate one way or another. Someone doing it better, someone worse, someone is suffering from censorship. But this is quite turbulent time in Berlin. So I also would not speak about Germany in general. It would be more honest to speak about the city I live in. But since past 4 years, the many things which I thought about this city, they changed drastically, I would say.
Yeah, that's what I think it's kind of the shock for everybody. And in a way, one could say it's also kind of a foggy, strange moment that it's a particular situation, that it's enemy, that the state, the city, the local governance, this censorship, institutional, so on, the police, it's represent the enemy that we know from the past, that the anarchist movement, the leftist movement, supposed to imagine that this is the way of struggle against the strong power of. But in the same time, this is the fucking paradox. This is what I recognize and would like to ask you, like how you find yourself in this. Because in the same time, you said about the Russian propaganda and about this shock that you found at the beginning, that the people in Berlin, the activists treat you as, in this strange mix of terms, hashtags, and positions, because I think it's not only about the Russian propaganda. It's about more like this map of positions, and how do you imagine the future of this progressive activism from your perspective after these experiences in Berlin now, after your first chapter, after your chapter with a collaboration with Palestinian activists also, and then is it possible to continue kind of the decolonial activism and be together with global South in the decolonial perspective from the perspective of Ukrainians. In the same time, there is the strong Russian propaganda, not only about what's happened now, but the long term, the propaganda that the Russian is a kind of the friend of global South, yeah, and the big supporter of global South. I think this is the very strong point of the Russian propaganda that we need to talk about, and we need to discuss this illusion created by that. What do you think about this? How you imagine this for, in a very practice way?
So yeah, I would start answering from the middle of what you said, because matter of fact, there are really good points in what you said right now. But I would say that the first very underrated issue of contemporary anti-colonial activists is considering, first of all, Russia as an empire and a colonial state, because I think that at least from the niche of internet I exist in, because nowadays, I don't know, maybe everybody else exists in other internet that I do, but matter of fact, we have so much information on pop culture level per se about Israel as imperial state, about US as imperial actions, etc. And we also have theoretically this information about Russia, but in modern discourse there is so much time it's neglected, and I think if it would be included on a reasonable amount, there would be so much more clear decision making and clear understanding of geopolitical situation, because it's so absurd to assume that where there is, let's say, American imperialism, there is no Russian imperialism somewhere around. And talking about this myth of Russia being a friend of global South, as you said, and it's also it's the thing that I usually receive from, I don't know, just fucking scrolling reels or something like that, I get this glimpse of kind of informing people about how Soviet Union back to the days were presenting their actions in Africa as a fight, as an anti-colonial fight, and how also, matter of fact, the collaborations per se of PLA movement with Soviet Union back to the, and people somehow reflecting on Soviet Union actions there consider it as a pure decolonial intention, which is absurd thing like that, in my opinion, which is specifically in context of Cold War, etc. And it's almost funny how people sometimes will rightfully debunk a lot of Western myths, but will not pay enough attention to myth about Russia's influence, which is, they are not even a good ally to their fucking countries in, for instance, Middle East or something like that. It's crazy. I don't know, and I would assume that in terms of co-creation and collaboration, it's a simple statement that I think we all between ourselves talk about, that if you present yourself as anti-imperial, it's so easy, statement-wise or reflection-wise, to be really anti all empires. You don't have to choose the one. And from other side, I don't per se, I don't wait from everybody to have so everybody is into their own thing, and I respect that, and everybody has their own fight, and I think that it's right to have priorities because you're from certain territory, or you're, that's your life or something like that. But education-wise and statement-wise, we really need to find more common points in the obvious evil, you know, because there is so much obvious evil lately. You don't really need to look for compromise, you know, in this case. Yeah. I don't know, anybody?
Yeah, I also want to add about this thing with Russian propaganda and fight against it in general from Berlin perspective, and not only because here in Berlin, maybe you know, this like there is a center of cultural Russian propaganda, and it has its roots everywhere, like a lot of Russian spies, a lot of Russian cultural activists, and so on. And it's I have activist organization here in Berlin, and we did a lot of anti-propaganda, anti-Russian propaganda, and anti-imperialist work for last 4 years, and like over I think 100 demonstrations also. And it's like it's so hard work to fight against it, because they use every topic, every conflict they can to push their own narratives everywhere. And when we started to work here with it, against it, it was we faced just enormous amount of connections of houses, like buildings where they work, medias, and so on and so on. For example, one media, they are forbidden in Germany now, but back then they were still working, and they were just making reels, like Instagram reels with cats, with like I don't know, shops and so on. But even in such small topics, they pushed Russian propaganda. It's unbelievable. And for example, now also talking about colonial perspective, we had a conference, Truth to Justice, last year, and we invited also Syrian and African guests to talk about Russian propaganda, and it's unbelievable how they work, for example, in Africa, because they, like, people there believe that actually Ukrainians are fascists, that we like sacrifice children in name of false god or something like that. Like, and they learn it at school. They learn Russian language now at schools, like it's mandatory, and a lot of shit like that going on in the whole world actually. So to fight against this kind of propaganda that was rooted centuries in the world, you need like good allies. And why I'm saying telling about that, because in Berlin, to fight this kind of enemy, you need all the allies you can get, and we need to be really like diplomats here. Everyone, I think every Ukrainian, like, you work into politics, or you just activist, or you just I don't know, studying, whatever. Everyone need to be diplomat and think about contacts, connections, events, like everything you do to, like, every action need to be to support, to get allies, and to get the support to fight against it. Because I think that, like, which Dmitro said about this perspective, that there is not there is a lack of understanding of Russia as a like big imperia, like which standing together with USA, Israel, etc. And it's true, but how like people just don't really understand how deep these roots go, and it's not only like Russian propaganda is not only work to distract and like kill Ukrainians, but also in a lot of countries, and right now it's happening right now. So yeah, I think it should be more talks like that, and maybe then people will start to realize how in what theater of absurd we live right now. Yeah.
Well, I would say just the beginning now. Everything that we talk about is just the first steps, even though it runs for several years. It will go on. It will not be easier next year. It will not be easier in 2 years. The evil forces, they have resources. They have extreme resources. They have extreme money. They are not restrained by any rules, any agreements. They can do whatever they want. And for the most part, as artists, as activists, we are not institutions. We don't have any resources except for our voices. So this is kind of the quite specific fight in this case, that we still can do a lot of things on our level, and as many people do it, as many people try to communicate issues from their lens, from their history, there's maybe some chance. But this is just the beginning. It will be more hard. It will be more extreme, and we see now that those our perceptions of scene, of community, of all these things, it just like ice, it just melts and crumbles, and it's just the process. I don't think it will be easier for Ukrainians, for Lebanese artists. Their country is bombed every day, and almost not that much information. The same would go with, in general, the Middle East situation, in general with Ukraine, in general, in many places now. And the evil is strong, extremely strong, and the evil is extremely good in manipulation. And all the technology now is on the side of the evil for the most part. All the major corporations who are holding these techno-feudals, techno-fascists today, they are absolutely all of them are on the side of evil, even those who declare themselves that they are not. All the algorithms are working to crumble any sort of the voices of reason, the voices of truth. So this is just the beginning.
It's like earlier when I was studying international relations, I heard about this concept that when the world works for like transhumanism, it's like obvious that at some point when it's like hyperbolized, it will go to techno-fascism. And I was thinking like, hell no, it will not happen. How? It's like we cannot live in it, and now it's happening, and this is the reality we live in. And instruments of democracy, instruments of the world we knew it, they just don't work anymore. We need to accept that, and we need to come up with new instruments of fight. We need to adapt also. It's not only war going on right now in its usual way and meaning. It's war of drones, it's informational war, and so on. So we need really to adapt, and everyone, like even artists and everyone needs to think how they can change the way of fighting, the way of living, the way of thinking, even I would say, because world will not work like before anymore, and if people will not accept it and adapt, then it would be very painful in the end. It's painful right now, but it could be more. So such an I'm sorry for this darkness, but it is the reality. And institutes, like institutional part, also needs to be changed. And it's very like what we're like, me and my colleagues and my friends, what we realized this year also, that it's like it's very important to also join academic discourse and kinda try to push things there, and also like go there, write essays, talk, go to conferences, to institutions and so on, because when you open these doors, you see that it's so much work to be done there, because like, for example, for me as an artist, I was like more in this artistic bubble in Berlin, and of course also activists and like politicians, we work with them, but mostly because of my hobbies and activities, artistic. And then when we stepped into this academic sphere, we just saw so many like Russian propaganda, Russians there, Russians here. They're like I don't want to name it cultural diplomacy, because it's like not diplomacy, it's just like cultural tyranny, I would say. And yeah, I think people need to also go there a bit and work on it. It's like also a lot of is going on now in Germany, in Berlin, a lot of connections through with Ukrainians. But yeah, I believe that it should be the joining of artists and academics and scientists in kind of alliance to fight against it, because I don't really believe that we could fight against everything just being one bubble or one community, or having this like one direction of work, or just go in one direction. I think it should be like multiple kind of universes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Short question. What did you learn from Palestinians or Lebanese artists, activists in the struggle?
So for me, I think generally I've unfortunately learned deeply about context of Palestine, for instance, since 7th October and since the informational boom per se. And since then, I just, through talks and through what I have researched myself, I become just more and more depressed because of finding pretty much how deeply the issues are rooted, how deeply are misunderstandings rooted, how deeply, since, for instance, my childhood, even though like I wasn't per se affected by, for instance, so yeah, it will be like a super real story, but like, for instance, I would not say that I was ever directly affected by Zionist propaganda, but for some reason, when I had friends from Ukraine who lived in Israel, and like the way I've learned about the country of like, yo, everybody go to military, and the security is that and that, and like when you enter the country, you like they search your phone like because you're like serving there in the military, etc. and for some reason the myth around it was so badass. You were like, I'm talking about me like 15 years old or something like that, but and this perception of it, like, oh yeah, like that's so like unusual in a way that like you would think, oh, that's very powerful and so on. And then with real knowledge and with understanding what is the reasoning for that and how the whole country there is structured and how like so what it was doing and why it was doing, you kind of break inside yourself this myth about respect to authoritarianism. What's the word? Like this, so like you lose respect to this kind of force, you know, and it's the same obviously with certain inner derussification back to the times where it was happening to me, that like as a child or like as a, I don't know, young person, you would perceive information about like some bullshit ass like Russian security thing as something to be respected, you know, or this like aggressive geopolitical behavior is something to be respected. But like when, for instance, I matured, the only thing that you would learn from this is disgust towards it, you know, and the same towards Israeli system. Yeah, just separately from that, more about culture, more about cultural connections. The thing I am a fan of, which is also a super like subjective little thing, is that when you find certain cultural similarities in people who fight oppression in a very unexpected way, like for instance, the thing, I don't know, I keep talking about it, but like a really cute thing about cultural connection of, for instance, Palestine and Ukraine, that we have a lot of very similar in color and in form and in way of creating floral ornaments on clothes, on carpets, etc. And it's like, you know, when you find some small things like that, and they are legit like same like usage of same type of red and same like black and same ornament structure of like, I don't know, like squarish, etc. And like stuff like that, it gives you this inner feeling of like interconnection, of fight, of struggle, of, I don't know, like even when the situations you would think are different, you still find this almost like esoterical things that you would like synchronize with in certain way. Yeah. Yeah.
From talking to Palestinians and also with Lebanese artists, I realized that, for example, Ukrainians naturally don't know much don't have in-depth knowledge about the history of Zionism, how it started, and what was going on in 47 and before. At the same time, Palestinians don't know much about Ukraine, about the history, about the colonialism, about the oppression. And there were similarities because, well, naturally in Ukraine the war is more than 10 years old, for example, a recent one. And people are quite busy with surviving. So you can't really expect people would be going in-depth reading, but many people do. The same with Palestinians. They, for 60 years or actually quite long already, they are also not in the state to... So they're also in survival mode. And when we talk here with artists, for example, we had amazing conversations several times with a friend from Lebanon, comparing the experiences of war. And he would tell his stories when he was a child, when they had the civil war. Or with Palestinians, we exchanged. I just realized that we have both on both sides. We also have lack of knowledge, and then when we exchange our view of the history of our land, each of us, then it works really well. Then it brings better understanding of the overall situation. So this communication, that's why one of the reasons why we made this event, Aggressive Language, that one of the things was just the statement was communication, that we have to come together and to talk as much as possible. The same we are really welcoming when on pro-Ukrainian demos here in Berlin we see flags from Syria. And this is really important for us when we see flags from other countries, from Belarus, from Sakartvelo. So this is really important that people coming together, sometimes less, sometimes more, and then we just exchange our experiences. You cannot know everything, but when people exchange the knowledge of the history on a personal level, on a more global level, this works the best way. That's why this idea of communication representatives of those nations, of those cultures who were oppressed for centuries by different colonial powers, when we exchange this knowledge, this works really well. Always. I never experienced the situation when I would be talking to a Palestinian person who would have no knowledge about Ukraine, and then we would talk about it, and then I would explain, then there was always understanding, and it always works.
Yeah, and I would, I think, quickly add a little thing about getting more knowledge about, for instance, history of Palestine and Israel's occupation there. With that, a lot of myths also, once again, when you learn, I don't know, how SS zones work in West Bank and like how, so like this ABC areas of control of Israel, and like when you start to also emotionally get into and understand deeper level how controlled they are and how occupation, and it's also the same way if you would learn about Russia occupied territories of Ukraine, the amount of torture there, the amount of hustle on a daily level just to make it through all the security, danger, humanitarian struggle, social struggle, etc. You really change your perspective on what radicalism is and on how also a lot of so that's where the anger begins from, and frustration, and it needs to be understood and respected and judged less, of course. Yeah. I don't know. Do we move on? You have something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I also I agree on that point, and I also what I learned from Palestinian colleagues here in Berlin to be even more louder with the topics like and narratives you want to bring into the city, because at some point I think like half a year ago I started to be more calm and quiet with the, like, if I would hear that someone is discussing like a Ukrainian context right now. Earlier I would maybe join or like hey to random people, and then I just stopped to do that. Or if I hear that someone is talking shit about Ukraine or something, like earlier I would be very like aggressive and so on, and now I was like too burned out for that. And after I was talking to Palestinian friends and etc., I just saw how like how much energy they had to be like they were really really loud, like, and they were not ashamed of that, and it really inspired me, and I think I got a bit of energy from them to like start again to be even more rebel in the context of Berlin when I hear something or like someone just talking to me about that.
Yeah, that's a great point, matter of fact. And I wanted to lastly say, I forgot. I had this nice idea. Fuck. Okay, now we move on. If I remember, I'll say out of the context. Damn, I would. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's what you were talking about. It's very. I think it could be kind of the conclusion that this is what we need to collect. We need to learn about also like a new techniques of protest, of activism, of activity to be visible, to be more loudly, to be more. Yeah, and and also, yeah, it's not necessary to be understand for everybody. That's probably the lesson from the global movement. We will have a conversation with people from global flotilla movement also today at 4 o'clock later. So you are able to stay a bit longer with us. You are welcome. If not, it's everything is stream and record. So also you're welcome to listen this later. We are living in the multipolar reality, and we call it new imperial. It's not even it's not neoliberal reality that we used to call it for last 20, 30 years from the perspective of activism, but I think it's not something like a new chapter, the new liberal and the new imperial, and that imperialisms are few more than one in the world, and this is important. I could ask you, or maybe leave us also with the reflection about what about Europe in this, and that still the paradox of the democracy, which is value, which is something that I think we need to keep as the last answer, yeah, of freedom, the democracy, the solidarity, but at the same time, there is kind of soft power of Europe, which is sometimes treated by global South as still a power, and the domination of this order with Europe and America together. Now is something changing. There is also the split between America and Europe, and in a way, this crisis, it's maybe the beginning also of something refreshing. That's relation and fake democracy and real democracy, and this is what I think we are searching for. And you guys are doing it daily with art, with activism, and with this city, which is like a center of a strong discussion, and now the battlefield. So thank you for your activity. If you want to add something at the end, of course, it's like a free speech moment for you, and also to say goodbye.
Yeah, I would say about this, like believing in European democracy and stuff. I I don't believe in European power, because Europe burned all their witches back then. Like how they burned all the power. They burned all the matriarchat and all these powerful women, and now we have what we have.
Yeah, undoubtedly, totally. Yeah, I wanted to add up a little bit. Yes, it is about well, first about democracy. I don't know. I don't really have a belief that living in Berlin right now that there will be or there is a political force that would come naturally. So it means without a real rebel riot, etc. That would, for instance, represent really my beliefs. And this is like, you know, it's weird because like that's kind of what we would fight for, you know. But this hope, it's almost. It's very surreal in some way that from one side, I mean, obviously I'm an immigrant, I live here, I'm not like a German person whatsoever, but in the context of a city and also on different political positions, including how German state is affected and controlled by Israel, and including how much of a propaganda and how much of money from Russia through shadow activities going into political forces here, and it will continue, and it will be more because it's effective, and like we really see like a lot of debunks, because like we are fortunate with this that German state generally is in one direction with us as the Ukrainians against war of Russia. But however, we still see how much Russian money goes into German politics, and it will continue to disbalance, and staying on this position, it's this I don't know, me personally, I really balance between total hopelessness of being left alone and being on your own pretty much without real power and without real influence, and between this feeling that, you know, you need to riot internally and externally throughout your life pretty much to gain that. It's interesting, you know, it's like there are some things that you would assume in perfect society you should be granted with, you know, but they are nowhere near, and I don't know, this from one side it's somehow the rioter's dream, you know, that you are, the state is against you and you are against the state, and I'm just wondering what direction for me it will go later, how my position will, you know, change, or my actions will change, and also how we can affect the state and state can affect in the end of the day us. And lastly, it also comes to people who you find around yourself with different positions, and how radically you can enter the discussion, because I have this very harmful belief, harmful to my activity sometimes, that with some people, so if I right now meet an like obviously pro-Russian folk, I will not really even be interested to talk with him, you know, because the information about Russian atrocities is so, you know, it's so well documented, you know, and there is so much time that came through. Even we're not talking 2014, we're talking 2022, like since this, and usually I have a feeling if for this amount of years and this amount of information the person is still actively choosing the other side, should I even talk to them, you know, should I even change their position? It's like they are it's their active choice. And the same with Israel's genocide in Palestine, that we, like, when it just started, and I'm also like, I'm new to it pretty much, and I'm new to getting informed and changing certain attitudes in myself towards the war, and now when I like sometimes meet the folks, and also like the information about, despite the anti-information that is all fake, made up, shoot for whatever, like, I don't know, Iran's or Hezbollah's money, propaganda movie, etc. You know, when you meet people who are really actively pro-Israel or something like that, you already think like, I don't want to accept that, so I don't want to, you know, enter the discussion, but also after so much things happening, like, how do I even change, how do I talk, and should I, you know, or should I just find, you know, people who already have a optimal with me decision, and just we build world around us and just fight against the others? Like, I don't know, like I don't have an answer for that, and I just, because every time I'm practically in this kind of situation, I have this weird balance between, once again, hopelessness and the association of myself with this kind of things. Because do you have something?
Now, I'll just briefly say that I think Europe is still, in general, European Union or the continent is still sleeping. Russia was somehow not enough to wake up. But since now we have United States of America embracing superly with big love new ways of fascism, maybe Donald Trump will help Europe to wake up finally. Who knows? Maybe Europe needs evil from many sides to finally come and knock the door with the big hammer, to finally stop living this hedonistic quasi-liberal in the old ways and not looking at the reality which is happening now. So maybe this will help. Who knows? Let's see. But it will be more interesting soon, for sure.
We're plotting.
Yeah. And I also think that I see that the only active interrogation of people's lives here, only this like waking up or like making some kind of noise in Europe. For example, in Berlin recently there was a fire in electro station and people didn't have light for like couple of days. And everyone was just like shocked what to do. Oh my god, people were crying, and Ukrainians created like a center where people can come and charge phones and like drink tea and be in a warm situation. And I saw these interviews of people from the area where it was no light, like crying and like thanking and saying like, oh, now we understand Ukrainians because they like going through this every day without like light and heating and so on. And I was like, oh my god, like these people didn't have light for 3 days. And it's already such a big disaster for them. And now they only like start to think that they understand us and actually think about Ukraine because in Ukraine also there is like no light for weeks or for a month already. I think the only way how like people who refuse to wake up and take actions and think about what's going on right now and who you need to support and so on, the only thing that will wake them up is when, I don't know, Russia will invade Germany or like it will be Russian soldiers like here in Berlin, and then I have the feeling that only then people will wake up, because the danger and for them it's so theoretical. I had so many times like I heard from people like just random or like people I was living with like here in Berlin like that, but this war is so far away, it's so theoretical, I cannot really feel it. Okay, then maybe you will feel it soon. But I just feel that people cannot really understand because it's like this life in Europe for such a long time was so calm and quiet and hedonistic, no war, no invasions, no nothing. It's just like calm life. You have everything, old money vibes and so on. So people just cannot feel the reality anymore unless you can really face it. So they have to travel to Ukraine. They have to travel to Kyiv, to Kharkiv, to see what's going on there. And
But then sometimes, God forbid, those people who go on those like, traveling to places where it's hardcore and coming back feeling like all, I don't know, it's sometimes like this fake volunteering, you know, type of thing. But
I
whatever.
don't think
Yeah.
that you can fake volunteering to the front line. Like,
But also, yeah. So.
I start to think now that this metaphor that Europe is sleeping is it's still around, it's repeating, and but maybe it's not like that. Maybe Europe is toxic. Europe is so old. Europe is tired. Europe is weak, and Europe is almost dying. And if it's wake up, it's possible also that it will wake up and die. I fall down. So this is
the last breath, no?
Another danger and option that we need to keep in the in back of mind because I'm absolutely follow you, and this is what you were talking about, this fictional, this crystal palace and this fictional privilege, which is keeping. That's true, but it's also fear. I think this is the fear which is more and more around, and this is another perspective that I think we need to
it's like we are on, you know, artificial life support.
Yeah.
Like a fake feeling of security, military-wise, fake feeling of economic stability, fake feeling of territorial stability, everything.
But this is for the next conversation. Thank you, and thank you also that I've been in the kind of the privilege to ask questions, not to answer, because this is a fucking complication.
Yeah, I was wondering if you wanna add
one more respect to you guys, and and thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe Dmitro will show himself.
Thanks, it's fine. I'm visible.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and have a great talks.
Thank you, Watermelon Studios, and everyone else who involved.
Ukraine TV. Let's go. kind of they do just like artistic, but usually political.
Or there will be global movement.
And there, this was a collaboration also with Watermelon Studio, which is an art project. Oman, the guy who was asking questions, and about the but we also have, as a matter of fact, yeah, because we have one region, like on the south,
Maybe I get this like it's too fluffy. It's like it's better? Yeah. Yeah, but it also makes me think I will make a portrait. It's fine. Yeah?
Uno, dos. Uno, dos.
Але що, нам треба туди стати, правильно? Треба ж туди зайти.
Я думаю, що ми можемо просто тут, типу, всі стати.
Okay. Craig, we'll make a picture.
Picture?
Yeah. Of ourselves. But the thing is that we will step there.
Але ми можемо прямо туди.
No, I think, yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that just keep here and we will stand around, if it's okay. Давай станемо. Бо тут, коротше,
Але щось ми трохи.
Vlad, can you hear me?
Пішли, давай сфоткаєш.
Hello, Glad. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, Gab.
Треба розутися. Ну давай, швиденько.
Давай просто сядемо.
Hello, Berlin. Hello, Berlin.
Так, я не розумію тоді як.
Okay. Either you can smile or not smile. Just if you want. Like
Yeah?
one Instagram format as well.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Hello, hello. Hello, Berlin. Can you hear me? Thanks. Thanks, Gab.
Cool, thank you so much.
Halo? Ktoś tam wołał z Watermelon. Check.
Anna is sleeping. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, good night. Live. Welcome everybody to auditing the Dark San. So I suppose I should tell a story. There's a man, it's always a man, who walks down a British high street. He comes across a line of hungry people who are queuing for food at a community food bank. He wears a GoPro on his chest or on a selfie stick, and he films them as they're waiting for their food. A woman remonstrates with him and says, "You shouldn't be filming here." "Don't start," he says. He walks down the high street and sees people who don't have homes, sleeping rough. He describes it as a war zone. There's homeless people everywhere, yet more homeless people. He gladly harasses people while spending hours making videos, streaming around urban centres of Britain. He confronts tramps, as he calls them, the homeless people. He tails the police. He confronts the staff of hotels housing asylum seekers. He describes the towns as war zones. He describes the drug addicts as crackies. He describes the sex workers as feral females. He describes the leftists as commies and trantifas. Describes migrants as demons. He fuels anti-migrant demonstrations and interviews white nationalists. He says, "There are lots of illegal-looking migrants walking around in this area," and observes that the hotel staff look the same as the criminals because they have beards. This is the world of the auditors. Auditors are streamers, video journalists, self-styled in Britain, who undertake what they call auditing. They are the auditors of the state of the nation. Their targets are the homeless, the poor, the destitute, drug addicts, asylum seekers, sex workers, Palestinians, left-wing protests, trans people. Audit comes from auditus, to hear, not as in to listen, however, but to examine. These people are the assessors, the self-appointed judges who assess the state of the nation. They want to root out the ills of the body politic. They want to cleanse the nation. They use negative solidarity as fuel for neo-fascist storytelling. Now, these people are streamers, just like we are. And a critique, I suppose, of tactical media, citizen journalism in the past is the possibility of its utility by the far right. This has been very successful and widely adopted in Britain. The media outlet known as Rebel Media was the vehicle for the reinvention of the fascist Tommy Robinson in his so-called New Era. So how do we account for live streaming innovations and video practices being weaponized for malign ends? And to what extent is it even important for us to consider this? So this is why I kind of suggest that these practices exist as the dark San, like the Dark Enlightenment. This is a kind of nefarious network of streamers and videographers who make these hour-long videos in the so-called war zones of Britain, making the country look apocalyptic, and talking openly about the need to ethnically and socially cleanse the towns and streets of Britain. Now, I guess the easy thing to say would be, well, you know, of course it just depends how you use these technologies. But in our conversation yesterday about the politics of sound, I feel like we wanted to resist the temptation to kind of see the video practices as kind of neutral. We identify within them as some kind of possibility of solidarity. But here we see it kind of flipped on its head and used by the right. So Gleb, what do you think? Do we need to account for these people? Do we ignore the growth of right-wing streaming? Is it irrelevant to us?
There were times when the divisions were much easier, at least for me. Now everything mixes around. No, we should not ignore any kind of appearing mold of extreme radical, hateful movements.
For sure. I guess maybe for me it kind of lights a fire under what I think sound is about and makes me want to double down and kind of reassert on the sort of politics that we're practicing here. It strikes me that part of what these videos are about is judging. Part of what they're about is negative solidarity. This is this idea that we denigrate people who are unlike us, or who have lives that we want to put down, and that we're kind of united in a sort of negative sense of condemnation against them, which does nothing to improve our own situation. It's a kind of narcissism. Yeah, for sure. But this idea of kind of recasting the social world of the everyday as kind of an apocalypse or a war zone or an infestation, it seems to me like the mirror opposite of what we try to do here, which is, I suppose, one reason why I want to raise it.
But what is dark sun in context, in planetarian context?
In the planetary, well, I mean, I don't know if it's the planetary context exactly, but I guess we have this idea of the Dark Enlightenment, right? So, you know, the Enlightenment being, as fabled, the kind of pursuit and triumph of reason and rationality, and instead this kind of inversion that uses these similar tools for the purpose of eugenics and racism and, you know, far-right ideology. And so it strikes me that, you know, these auditors are, in some sense, trying to disrupt the mainstream legacy media. They are, there's an implicit critique of real institutions of power that they would say mask the reality of contemporary Britain. But whereas in the past, the people who have generally challenged, for example, the mainstream media, have maybe been, innovators, alternative media that we might associate with independent media and a more kind of liberal or libertarian sort of media. They're instead kind of creating this sort of double facade, because they're going against the the kind of dominant narratives, but then creating this kind of hellscape narrative that has real effects. They kind of, these videos get thousands and thousands of views. Part of the motivation is clearly money, because they monetize all their videos. But then this is what directly leads to people turning up at hotels housing asylum seekers and harassing them. 1 year or 2 years ago, we had some people in a town near to my hometown tried to set fire to a hotel that was housing migrant families.
I've heard about it.
Yeah, in Rotherham. And so, yeah, it has kind of real effects, and it kind of, I dare say that some people even turn out to these protests now to be seen participating for the benefit of these streams. And so it becomes this kind of mediated ecology of sort of far-right spectacle, and reinscribing or reinterpreting Britain.
But does far-right movement of Britain also has a colonialistic potential, or it's more kind of isolationist, like everyone who is not British go away, and how is it?
Yeah, both, I would say. There's definitely a kind of defense and mourning of like the British Empire, an imperial nostalgia. And I think it's, you know, some of these accounts have names like Auditing Britain. This is one of the big ones. And I think when they're saying Auditing Britain, they're not merely talking about Britain, the territory, but also Britain, the idea. You know, the logo is like of a crown. So it has this kind of monarchical, imperial nostalgia built into it. And the whole kind of narrative is like, look what Britain has become. You know, we used to be a great country. And of course, the nation branding of Britain plays up the kind of Great Britain idea, which, for anyone who's not aware, and it's not immediately obvious, but it's called Great Britain as for geographical reasons, because there is a lesser Britain, which is Brittany in France. And so it's a neutral, it's ought to be a neutral kind of geographical descriptor, but now it's been kind of actively used in the kind of nation branding of Britain to have this idea of greatness and kind of glory that obviously evokes the empire, which in Britain is only, you know, it's only 70 years since it ended, and arguably make Britain great again, yeah. Arguably hasn't really ended when you look at things like, you know, the Commonwealth and the relationship of the monarchy to other parts of the world like this. Yeah. And part of the allegiance, or the sort of web of allegiance of these auditors are groups like Britain First or the English Defence League. Like, these are all far-right organisations that have this idea of a kind of like a defense of the nation. I suppose one thing that's interesting about the auditors in particular is that whereas a lot of the far-right movements historically take on this kind of militaristic character, so Britain First dress in kind of, you know, quasi-military fatigues, like a uniform, and the English Defence League like call themselves like, you know, defenders of the nation. The auditors like take on this language that is like a corporate language, right? We think of an auditor as someone who kind of goes into a company to kind of check that everything is in its right place. And so there's this kind of like business-like corporatist element to it. But of course, you know, there's the double meaning of corporatist. Like, it's like the corporation, but it's also like the corpus, the body, the nation itself.
And cooperation, and what is the like deeper definition of corporation?
The corporation comes from corpus, which means body, and so and corporatism is a historically kind of like an economic basis of fascism, where all the different elements and constituent parts, i.e., businesses, state institutions, all kind of function together for the purpose of the benefit of the state. So I suppose in this way, the auditors in Britain are kind of making this case for a kind of reintegration of Britain, but along fascist lines, rather than a kind of, multi-ethnic or pluralistic reality. It's not purely race-driven as well, even though it is explicitly racist, I think. But it's also about a kind of heteropatriarchal vision of British identity. They go to left-wing demonstrations and call people like trans weirdos or trantifa and stuff like this. Trantifa, this is one of the sort of neologisms that they come up with. And kind of paint everyone in this kind of light that evokes the idea of like the deviant, right? This kind of very kind of almost Nazi language.
So, about language, this I wanted to say that me and all of us whose language contains a lot of anglicisms should learn what does these words mean. For example, now I know what does corporation means, because before I was using this word to describe some kind of straight business, something like that. But yeah, and I think this is also the way to become more resistant to the terms, to propaganda, to data manipulations. So learn languages and words. What does it mean? Because if you are speaking your native language, which is not English, doesn't mean that you're not pronouncing English words.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's why I mentioned that auditing itself, is an interesting word. That audit, is related to auditus, audio, audiological. It comes from the Latin to hear. But it's not hearing as in, hearing music or listening to something. It's hearing as in examining. So hearing as in a court. Because in Latin times, an examination would be heard orally and then judged on that basis. And so there's this kind of juridical kind of legalistic aspect that I suppose inscribes in the mind of the auditor this kind of sense of fairness or justice, but is obviously kind of a warped sense of justice.
Nice. Thank you, Craig, for opening this Pandora case of Dark Sun. I think we will be back at least a couple of times with this topic. And among all of the movements, I think we would move now to the global movement to Gaza, and they are connecting from Watermelon Studio. Maybe you could stay for a moment here, and let's see if they are already here or not. And yeah, let's have a check, and I will also manage a little bit the setup.
Yeah, for sure. I like this movement much better. Maybe I just take one moment to say Buji Kurdistan, because the revolution in Rojava has finally been defeated and incorporated into the Syrian state, which is not good justice for the people who literally defeated ISIS, for all of us. But that's what you get for trusting Americans, apparently. Yippee-ki-yay. Chick.
Thank you.
Okay, if it's okay.
Thank you.
It would be nice to have someone, yeah.
Amazing. Good.
Yeah.
Hello.
What? Oh yeah, sure. Bitte.
How you say thank you in Ukrainian?
Дякую.
Dякую.
Дякую.
See it written down.
Hmm?
You need to see it written down.
You need to see it written down. Yeah, but do you use?
We can't hear Alex.
Hello, hi.
She's muted?
Yes, probably.
Hear me?
Oh, yes. But let us change the volume because now it's very. Oh yeah, she's you muted.
Alex, you're muted.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Perfect.
I did it. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can everybody? Suzanne, would you mind just a little sound check before we have 2 minutes? Suzanne, Abdallah in Norway. Yes. Is it loud enough, Sophie?
You. What? Yeah,
Hey,
we
can
hear
you
you
me now?
well.
Yes, this is good.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And just to Cameron, can you say something also?
Steam 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. Yeah. All right, I think it's all set.
Your camera or back a little? I think it's better if you're forward, Suzanne. If you're closer, yeah, this is great. Yeah, amazing. And you can see the beautiful embroideries on your outfits, Patrice. Okay. Actually, not hearing Suzanne so well, what do you think, Sophie? Could you speak, we could start by, you could be introducing yourself, Suzanne. Can you hear me now? It could be a little louder.
Yes.
Be a little bit louder. Yeah? How about now? Closer. Can you hear me now? Yeah. As long as you sort of stay, I think that distance is good, no? Yeah. Okay. Sophie, tell us when we're live on air.
All right.
So where are we going? Where are we streaming into at the moment? It's the StreamArt studio in Berlin at Transmediale?
As well, yes, of course.
Cameron, nice to have you with us.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. And so, yeah, my name is Cameron Tribe. I'm an Australian. I've been living and working in the Middle East for about 20 years. And in terms of involvement with GMTG and GSF, I was the captain on the Marinette, which was a Norwegian delegation boat, and we sailed from Barcelona with the rest of the flotilla into Gaza. And also I do a little bit of work on the organizational side in campaigning, because it is so vital not just to do the missions, but to get and maintain the attention of the public and the support of the public. That's what makes the missions most valuable, to be able to get the attention of the public and to get them to put pressure on their governments.
Yes. So, Susan, I would love to begin by asking you a little bit about your background. And,
I'm sorry to
living in
disturb,
Palestine.
but may I ask to Susan introduce herself one more time, because this isn't go to the stream.
Okay, so we start again.
Yes, the sound only didn't get to the stream. Only Susan. Cameron is right. Thank you.
Susan. Okay, Susan.
I can talk a little bit about my background and a little bit.
No, but Susan, we need you to reintroduce yourself, and then you could speak about your background. Yeah.
Yeah. My name is Susan Abdullah. I am a Palestinian living in Norway. I am a mother, a teacher, and a politician. Have been involved in the solidarity actions and waves that's been to show how much we stand together with the people in Gaza and in Palestine. Lately, I was with the March to Gaza, responsible for the Norwegian delegation, and with the Sail to Gaza, responsible for the Norwegian delegation. And at the moment, I am also involved and trying my best to also create waves of solidarity to all the way to Gaza and to Palestine.
Thank you. Susan, I wanted to start with asking you a little bit about your background and living and growing up in Palestine. And then also, as a second part of the question, to ask, you know, you were working with Yasser Arafat. So,
yeah, it's very important to clear an important issue. Some people think that Palestinian refugees are just a one-time refugee. Palestinian refugees are a generation of refugees, and for me it started in 1948 when my grandparents were forcibly kicked out of their house and their village, and they had to walk all the way to Gaza, and they became the first refugees in the family, and my father was born in the first to be born as a refugee. And then it was a long journey, and we were refugees in Gaza, and we had to face this again and again. My father had to leave Gaza in 1967 because of the 6 days invasion and takeover. Israel took over or occupied Gaza, and then he was in Lebanon, and there it was 1982 massacre, Sabra and Shatila massacre, and then we had to move again. And then again in 1996, when the Oslo Agreement was signed, we were able to move to Gaza because my father was able finally to move back to Gaza. And 2009, it was the Qasd-led attack on Gaza, and that's when I left Gaza. But during the time I was in Gaza, it was a very important time. I was working as a translator in the Palestinian Legislative Council, and I got to translate to many important political figures like Yasser Arafat. And it is one of the experiences that I think it is something that I hold very I'm proud of my work at that time. And I also translated to other political figures that were at that time. Javier Solana, he was head of the European Union, and also to Miguel Angel Moratinos, who was the European convoy to the peace process in the Middle East, and also to other Palestinian political figures that were very important. So I I worked as a translator and I worked as a teacher, and I still try my best to do something for the people to understand what it's like to be a Palestinian refugee. And when I was working as a teacher in Gaza, I always had focus on Nelson Mandela's words and also Mahatma Gandhi's words when they talk about an eye for an eye and the world would go blind. So we have to try to find a way and try to talk and try to figure out how to coexist or how to, but at the same time, you cannot coexist with one part not willing to coexist.
So, Susan, we met through Global March to Gaza, and which became the global movement to Gaza. And how did you become involved in the global movement to Gaza? And because you were the head of the Norwegian delegation, you're now the head of the global Samud, or you're in the steering committee of the global Samud flotilla. Let us know a little bit about that.
That is a very important part, because I am one of millions of people around the world that has been feeling frustrated, and we have been demonstrating. We have been in our countries, in our different places in the world, and March to Gaza was the chance to put us all together in one place together, the people of the world. We care about Gaza. We are not going to look the other way. We demonstrated in Norway and people demonstrated in other places, but it was time for us to unite as the people of the world. And March to Gaza, one could not say no. We wanted to march Gaza. We wanted to reach Gaza, but unfortunately it was violently stopped by the Egyptian authorities and the Israelis, and then we reorganized ourselves and became a global movement to Gaza and aligned our efforts to go with the Freedom Flotilla, who also is trying to break the siege, but they are also stopped by Israel, by the occupation. And then there was also the Sumud convoy from Sumud Maghreb. They were also trying to reach Gaza. So the people of the world are not giving up. They're trying to reach the people in Gaza and giving a very clear message. We are there for the people in Gaza. So when the Sumud convoy was stopped, the Freedom Flotilla was stopped, the March to Gaza was stopped, we joined forces and we became together Global Sumud Flotilla, and we sailed to Gaza in between August and September, October. And that's when we tried to break the siege. It was the biggest action to try to break the siege ever. And we had 450 people from all around the globe, all of them with one goal, that is to reach Gaza and the people in Gaza and break the siege. Yeah.
Thank you. And Cameron, what brought you to join the Flotilla Action and GMTG?
Well, so as I mentioned, I've been living and working in the Middle East for about 20 years, I guess, and in particular working in Iraq for about 15 years. And in doing that, working closely with people there and the communities and the families and the children, but also traveling around Syria and Jordan and now in Egypt. And so what I see very starkly is the massive disconnect between the reality of what we see here in these Islamic countries and the narrative that gets fed through the mainstream media back home in Australia, and of course places like America and the UK. And so, and this false narrative is what enables Israel and America to continue committing these atrocities. And so opposing this and correcting this false narrative is something that I feel we all have an essential obligation to work towards. If we sit here and we just watch it happening and in silence, we are part of the problem, a big part of the problem. Taking action, we can become part of the solution. So for the last 2 years before getting on the boat, I was just in a state of constant agitation of needing to do something. So when the opportunity came up to jump on a boat, I have a long sailing history, so it was just a no-brainer. I was like, yeah, I'm getting on a boat. I don't care if I have to swim to Barcelona and climb up an anchor chain, I'm getting on a boat. And that's pretty much what I did.
I felt the same with, when there was the call for the global march to Gaza and, everybody coming together in Cairo. It was it became this need. One had to be part of this. One had to change it, this constant stream of images that one was witnessing, this genocide in going on, and not able to change the situation. One just felt very helpless. And so, I agree. We just really felt like one had to go there and be with other people in solidarity and try to bring, even though, we sort of knew that we would not break the siege, but it's this act, of doing that and showing people in Gaza, we're with you. We really want to stop this. We want to bring an end to this, this violence, this war on a people that has just been going on and on and on, and this dehumanization and so on. So, we actually met, Cameron, because
oh, absolutely, and it's
I was watching the boat that you were skippering from Barcelona to Tunis, and then on to getting as close as you could in international waters to Gaza. So I wanted to ask, how was it? How was the experience on the boat? I mean, I was watching Suzanne was leading our delegation. I was with Omar and many others in the Norwegian delegation. We all had this back office. Obviously, each country had their own back office for supporting what you're all doing out there on the water.
Yeah, absolutely, and that support was absolutely essential and a massive part of what actually made the flotilla successful. And I think there were probably 450 people on the boats. There were 1,000 people on the ground. And the ground teams providing all the support and coordination and the constant communication that we all had together with Susan as the head of delegation, you on the ground, the ground support team, is what got us through all the challenges, and we had quite a few. And if we hadn't managed to get through those challenges, we got as close as we did, and it was a great success. But just the fact that we're certainly aware that we're probably not going to actually hit the land with the aid, that doesn't make it any less successful, because it is the act of standing up against this illegal siege, this illegal blockade, to visibly on a global stage stand up against it and throw ourselves against that wall. This is the essential action. And it doesn't matter that we throw ourselves against the wall and we fall down all covered in dust and bruises. We get up again and we throw ourselves against the wall again, because as we continue to do this, this wall will break. If we sit and watch and do nothing, then there will be no change.
I totally agree. It's about being the voice for Palestinian people to speak about this ongoing apartheid system that is just crazy. This has to be stopped. And Suzanne, we lost you. Are you there? Yes.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, it would be great, Suzanne, if you could talk a little bit about the impact that the global movement to Gaza had, and the impact of the flotilla action.
I think it's very important to say that the person that is, or this a very it's an initiative that started with Palestinians who are their thought Palestine, and many people around the world came together. But the initiative person who had this idea was Saif Al-Bishik, and he's Palestinian from the West Bank, and he is that has been very active, very much working on all fronts to get the attention on the Palestinian cause. And the global movement to Gaza, global march to Gaza, had a huge impact, but the sale to Gaza came and came with the joint forces, came with the impact of having the flotilla, Freedom Flotilla, and the Sumud Maghreb, and the global movement to Gaza, and bringing the people from around the world. And it was, the planning time was very short, but at the same time, we managed to do something that has never been done before. And that was important because it put Gaza back on the map, and it gave people in Gaza hope. And the people who were on the boats, they knew that they would be trying to do something that's never been done before. They were risking their lives. So I really think that the boats going to Gaza, it wasn't just one boat. Like before, it was one or two boats. Like there were attempts with several boats, but never with this many boats. Like we had 45 boats or 42 boats. I'm not sure about the exact number, but the boats were all heading towards Gaza. And I would like to say something about the Marinette. When all the boats were intercepted and stopped, hijacked and kidnapped by the occupation in the middle of the night, the Marinette kept sailing. Like they didn't turn back. And that in itself was very strong message. It was, we know that the occupation is there, but still we do try and reach Gaza. We want to show the people in Gaza that we are there. We stand together with them. And I think that the impact of the sail to Gaza was both that the ground team was there, and all the people who were on the boats went back home and talked about the sail, talked about it, and talked about their experience, talked about how they were treated in Israeli detention.
Prisons, yeah.
Yeah, and all of them had the same message. If we as people who are carrying European and other nationalities like passports are treated this way, how are Palestinians treated? And they were denied medical aid, they were insulted, treated like they were terrorists and animals. They were called terrorists and animals and different insulting words. And that is the least of the way that the Palestinian detainees are or prisoners are being treted, and I think,
and then Suzanne, on that note, there's the mobilizations, the global mobilizations on tomorrow, on Saturday, 31st of January, to bring up this again, that there's 10,000 Palestinian people in jails there, and they haven't even been tried. So maybe you could speak a bit about this, with these actions and this movement and this, bringing attention to this.
Very important to talk about it, and it's very important the work that you're doing through art, because there is no silence, no. Art is the language that everybody understands, and if it's art by music, art by singing, art by expressing with the art itself, visual art. And also, like, the people tomorrow are mobilizing a global day. It's going to be every word, every place in the world trying to put attention on the Palestinian detainees or hostages. We call them prisoners, but they are not in prison because they have done anything more than being Palestinian. They are being detained, and they are now running out of time because the Israeli occupation is trying to legitimize the death penalty for Palestinian prisoners, and that is in itself a war crime. And it's very important to bring attention to the situation of all the detainees. There are children, there are women, and there are people who have been there for many years, almost 30 years, and that is very important that we speak about that, and we talk about it, and protest and send a signal that this is against all international laws. And we have to put pressure on the occupation to release the Palestinian prisoners,
political prisoners,
children, women, the journalists, the doctors, the political prisoners, all of them. Their only crime is being Palestinian. They don't have any other crime. They're not like anywhere else in the world. If you have someone who's a prisoner he must have done something, a crime, broke the law. Palestinians, their only crime is being Palestinian in Palestine.
Yeah. Susan, is your camera, could you turn your camera on to see if we can see you again? So that's okay.
You cannot see me?
No, can't see you at the moment.
It's on.
It is on. Sorry, that's just me.
We
not
can
seeing
see
you
it,
then.
everything all
Okay.
right.
Okay, that's great. Okay, perfect. So on that note, like Cameron, you're heading to Barcelona now to start preparing the next sail to Gaza. And what's happening around that? And where can people get involved if they would like to be part of the next sea mission?
Yeah, right. So the next sea mission is getting prepared at the moment, and it's scheduled loosely to launch towards the end of March, beginning of April. If any of the listeners that want to get involved, just go straight to the GSF website and sign up, and fill out all the forms, and they'll be contacted. And it is absolutely a good idea to do that soon. If you're thinking about it at all, jump in and do it. It actually takes the process of preparing for the next flotilla. There are two parts. One is to get the boats and get the boats ready to sail. The other is to get the people and get the people prepared to get on the boats and go forward. The boats are getting ready now. They're being assembled in some ports. Don't really want to say exactly where, but there are teams there that are checking the engines, checking the sails, checking the navigation equipment, getting the boats not perfect, but in required shape to be seaworthy. But people need to sign up immediately, because it takes maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks to get properly processed, trained for safety with the non-compliance passive training and all these sorts of parts of the process, to make sure the boats are ready to sail and the people are ready to get on the boats and sail, and the mission can happen in the safest and most successful way that it can happen. So yeah, absolutely. Everyone who's out there thinking, maybe I want to get involved, jump onto the website now, Global Submerged Flotilla, and sign up. Thoroughly recommend it. And I know a lot of the listeners there in Germany, we've seen the videos, and they have some of the strongest supporters for Palestine in the world. And I can actually say, jumping on a boat is probably less dangerous than some of the street protests we've seen you guys involved in. And it's also a fabulous opportunity to be able to bring the cause to a global stage and get a global attention for it. So absolutely, jump on the website and sign up.
And the other thing is, Cameron, it's also this thing of bringing people together across cultures, which shows that this is not about religion. This is not about all of that. It's about people coming together. So on your boat, when you were sailing on the Marinette, you had who was your crew?
So we began the journey from Barcelona to Tunisia, and we had people from Colombia, from London, from Norway, and of course myself from Australia, and from California, from America. From Tunisia onwards to Gaza, we had 3 Turkish people, a Turk from Germany, and a lady from Oman. In fact, the only participant from Oman was on our boat, Omaima. And but on the other boats, there were Brazilians, there were Italians, there were Greeks, there were people from African nations, from Namibia, there were people from South America, Brazil, Argentina, Chile. There were people from absolutely every corner of the world. It was a fabulous combination. It was a fabulous out on the sea with the flotilla around you. It was a fabulous feeling of global unity, and this whole action happening together. It really was aesthetically, it was beautiful to see all these sailboats churning off towards the sun, towards Gaza. We all had different problems. Every different boat has a complete set of adventures and stories to tell. But in all of these problems, the boats would help each other. The sisterhood and brotherhood throughout the flotilla was really uplifting. It was, yeah, again, any listeners that are thinking of doing it, just jump onto the website and sign up. It is, if you're feeling like you need to do something, this is something where you can really contribute that brings the global attention.
Yeah, and especially, Cameron, I mean, like Suzanne, also now in light of seeing, so Bizan had her TikTok account taken down. I think it was 2 days ago or something. She had something like 1.3 million viewers. So she was like a very important journalist there, bringing the message of what is going on there. And now that they're starting to even erase people's TikToks and, and all of the footage that she has documented and transmitted to the world, I think it's even more important now that even more people, become involved and amplify, what is going on, because they're just erasing and shadow banning people all over. But on the next note of the next mission, so there's also a land mission planned. Suzanne, what is the land mission exactly?
The land. This is very important. That silencing the voices of Gaza is very important to talk about, and that we do not let it just go by. And this has been going on different places, like we have seen before. The criminalization of different charity actions, like in the UK, and also the UN figures like Francesca Albanese has been sanctioned for speaking about the violations in Gaza. And so it's important that we do not let this be the normal. We stand up and we say, no, this is not how it's supposed to be. This is against everything that international laws and human rights stand for. We are trying this time, the sail to Gaza will be followed or will be aligned with a land convoy that will go from the north of Africa, and also another land convoy that will go from Asia. And the goal is very clear. We are moving from all directions, and the direction is Palestine. Solidarity with creating waves of solidarity. So all the way from Asia, there will be a land convoy coming towards Palestine. And from all the way from the north of Africa, there will be a land convoy coming towards Palestine, along with the boats and sailing towards Gaza. And this time, we will try our best to bring the needs of the people in Gaza. We will have focus on medical people that have medical experience to be joining us, and have also with us lots of people that are representing all the society. We have people who are teachers, who we want the people to be with us, to be representing the whole community, the whole society. And as you said before, there is no limitation. There's no borders between us. Like, we are joined by our solidarity, our humanity. There is no border. There is no nothing stop us from being standing together in solidarity with Gaza. So we will be traveling, or we will be sailing, we will be walking, if possible, towards Gaza and towards Palestine from Asia. So it's very, very important. The message is, we are the people of the world. We care, and we will not stop trying to reach Gaza. We will try to break the siege, and we will try to be in Gaza and try to rebuild Gaza. And we don't believe in the so-called ceasefire. That's been an agreement that has not seen in the real life. It's been, the bombing has continued. The aid has not come in. The UN is still not allowed to work and function in Gaza. The journalists are not allowed to go into Gaza. So this ceasefire, it's just a charade. It's just papers. It doesn't exist in reality. More children have died these days. One child have died every day since all this was signed. And children in Gaza are dying. They are freezing. They're dying of lack of food. They're dying of lack of medical actions on a lower scale. So it's very important to have that in mind. And as Cameron said, please try to join. Go to Global Small Media websites, and you can find it also on the social media and apply. Our mission this time, or our sale this time, is having new people. Like, not like the priority is to have new people. And when we say new people on the boat side, we want to have more people with us, on board with us, to show solidarity with Gaza. So 450 people were on the sail to Gaza the last time. This time we have 1,000 people from all around the world, different people. And then we will have more people amplifying and talking and speaking their stories and telling their stories about how it's like to try to reach Gaza. And we will see the images coming from the West Bank, all the activists that are trying to help protect the Palestinians from the settler violence, from all the take land, stealing the land. So we see the activists that are coming from all around the bank. They are also subjected to settler violence, settler colonial violence, and they are on camera live, and we all see it, and we have to recognize that here we need action. And together we can make the change. Like, they can take one person, but
So, Susan, you're heading to Oslo on Saturday, and you're going to be meeting up with Jewish Voices for Peace. What sort of actions are there planned in Oslo tomorrow?
Alex, can you repeat your question, please?
Oh, sorry. So you're heading to Oslo tomorrow as part of the global solidarity actions. And what will you be doing tomorrow? I understand you're going to be meeting with Jewish Voices for Peace. What else is planned in Oslo? And, you know, where can people around in Germany, I heard, we can also post something actually on the channel where people in Germany can go to be part of these solidarity actions.
There's an action happening in Germany. In Norway, there will be demonstrations in the major cities in Oslo, Bergen, Stavanger, and Kristiansand. In Oslo, we're having Jewish Voices for Peace. They are with us. When we have them with us, it's a very good, solid union, because we speak in one voice, and we speak for the justice for the Palestinian people, and they speak with us. They will be the first to tomorrow, and we will be distributing red ribbons, because we are aligned with the Red Ribbon campaign that is to support and demand the release of all the Palestinian prisoners. And we will have a demonstration. First, we will have a demonstration where we will be speaking. Different parts of the society in Norway will be speaking, and we will have after that a march. We will be marching and bring attention to the Palestinian prisoners. We will have posters with their pictures. We will have banners speaking about the demands that we have. We demand that the aid is let into Gaza. We demand that the Palestinian hostages or prisoners are released, and we demand sanctions and boycott immediately, because stop what they're doing.
Yeah, so I put a list here of the places, the locations in Germany. And so on the 31st in Hanover at 2:00, they're meeting at the Hauptbahnhof. And in Hamburg on Saturday, on tomorrow, they're meeting 2:00 at Hauptbahnhof also. And Ravensburg, 4:00 tomorrow in Marienplatz. And if anybody in Munich is around, we're doing actions here out of the Museum Villa Stuck, and there will be this interview with you, Susan, and Cameron, also aired again. And then I hope that people will come also to the exhibition to see some of the works that stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. And one of those is the recreation of the Marinette boat, with footage of the illegal interception of many of the boats out there in international waters. So Susan and Cameron, thank you. Are there any last words that you'd like to say before we finish our session?
Can I just add, building on what Susan was saying in terms of, last flotilla there were 400 people on the boats. This flotilla there will be maybe 1,000 people on the boats. If being on a boat is not your thing, that doesn't matter. Still join up, because there will be twice as many people on the ground giving support to the mission in various different ways, and all the whole range of skills from HR through to logistics and counselling, mediation, all those sort of support and coordination activities. And there are also options to be able to do this remotely from where you are at home. So there's absolutely just jump in, even if if you get a bit seasick and you think you need to contribute from a land-based sort of alternative. There's many of those. In terms of what you said just before, Alex, about TikTok, TikTok is closing down for pro-Palestinian content. And all of us, the content creators, we know we have to move somewhere else. There are a few options. None of them are really gaining a lot of traction. One of the better ones is Upscrolled, which is a Palestinian-based established platform that is similar to TikTok. Of course, it hasn't had the millions of dollars spent on software. It's not as easy to use, but we're wanting supporters to go and use it and persist with it. Not you give it a chance and see if it's good, but actually persist with it, because we want to support it to get it to the point where the pro-Palestinian content is starting to be something that competes with the main players. And the people who are still on TikTok but are no longer seeing the pro-Palestinian content realize they're not getting the whole picture and can be attracted to these alternatives. And
exactly. Censorship and propaganda, that's a whole other thing, to be able to see through that and find your news from, reputable channels, also like democracynow.org. So Susan, just, before we go, it would be great to hear more from what you were saying also about the BDS movement.
I would like to say that it's all can contribute in the way best way that's suitable for each one. Like be in the demonstration tomorrow. If you can't go to the art gallery, if you can't try to see on the social media and share on the social media, you amplify the voices of the people in Gaza. You amplify the voices of the people who are defending Palestine, like for example, Francesca Albanese, when you are sharing on your social media. And also like the simplest thing we can do, and that is something we all have, that is the tool we all have, is boycotting. Do not spend your money on genocide. Do not spend money on the military machine that's been taking the lives of the children in Gaza. And today, many people think that we Palestinians will forget, or we will not. We will just move on. It's part of us. It's been 78 years since 1948, since all this started. It did not start over on 7th October, and I want to say that. It's very important. I hope that people can see what I'm wearing and can think about it. It's beautiful embroidery. It is from Palestine. Palestine is beautiful. The people in Palestine are people who are they are full of life, full of dreams, full of everything that is just like everybody else. The mothers, children. In Gaza, they're not talking about revenge. They're not talking about killing or they're talking about hope. They're talking about when all this is over and their schools about. They are not talking anything that is not reasonable inside the human rights. Everybody has the right to dream. Everybody has the right to live. Everybody has the right to go to school. Everybody has the right to actually breathe and have a safe place in Gaza. People have been deprived of all this, and not just deprived of all this, like denied the right to exist, and that is something that is against all human ethics and rules and the laws. So it's very important that we actually understand what's happening and take action in the way that is best for each one of us.
Mobilize in our communities because we are powerful when people come together. And yeah, thank you so much, Suzanne and Cameron, for joining us here out of the Watermelon Studios. And we will keep using our voice in art and music to speak up for Palestine and to bring an end to this genocide on Gaza and the apartheid. Thank you, and we'll speak very soon about the upcoming missions with the Global Sword Flotilla and the land mission. So take care.
Thank you so much for having us.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
And free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Check. This will be your mic. This one. This one.
Mic is on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the bar, so I'm just going to rely on my supplies.
Yeah, it's funny it's kind of pushy. I sort of stumbled on that through StreamArtNetwork. Because rather than like being able to talk about planet publishing in a conversation like Kyiv.
Well, some of it is like, so what I'm suggesting is like we just introduce it. What is this? Who are we?
Yeah.
And yeah, and so we did it one season. We did 9 streams, and we created transcripts just to reflect on the season one. And we wrote a little intro. It's like that was our way of reflecting on what we've done so far. And then I just selected like 3 chunks of the intro that we can just read out and then have a discussion. So the first one is just the statement about how we got started. For Craig, that list of how we arrived at live stream, because it's something where I think that's kind of an interesting story. There's other things we can talk about here. And then for you, I suggested the bit that I think you jumped out to me when I read the draft about what do you mean? I don't understand. Maybe like some of the ways that deconstructing masquerade which is fixed us to exclusion. Because I felt like you wrote that. Yeah, you were really emphasizing this way that it and I think the way you've approached live streaming is really to make it accessible is the wrong word because it has so much baggage, but it's like to have a conversation that's available to people coming from different backgrounds.
Yeah, and I suppose also because I come from a different background, so like I don't understand 90% of the things that are said, like I guess. So I think that was my bit of like, okay, but what are we talking about?
And then after we sort of cover that, because it's a little bit, I feel like we've already done a lot at the festival in terms of navel gazing. We can get into a little bit to the process of how we made it and what we think about transcriptions and what are some of the difficulties around it. That stuff that we were talking about. And I got Lizzie to send me an explanation of how she made it because I wasn't really that sure. But it is interesting because she yeah, and it's really complex. Like some people were like said to me like, yeah, what's the point of doing transcripts? And yeah, there's lots of interesting reasons why you do it. One of them is just the fact of accessibility. So people that are blind or they're deaf rather, I should say that on the stream.
But also people that prefer to read.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
There's also there's the bit that we wrote at the end. It's like converting into media, but I really like the bit about how putting it into this kind of format, like it actually slows something down and reveals the kind of like discontinuities and the kind of like how to phrase, but like it anyway, because it reveals something sort of like stretches the conversation.
And also the way you relate to it, the way you relate to a written text, and you can underline, you can go back to it, whereas it's very rare that you go back on a video and then you find exactly what you wish that what you said. So
Yeah.
the relationship with words.
I think it's more durable as well as an archival object.
anticipates like the possibility of the failure of the platform.
Right. Yeah. I mean, especially if, like us here on YouTube. Yeah.
And that's for me was also where when I saw this last trip today, that's was the way to understand, to have a sense of what we've done.
Yeah.
Because somehow they're taken. It's a way to take out of the flow of the stream. That's something that flows and it's a video and it's on the platform and then other people see it because this one it's stable also.
I think we're all a bit more bookish anyway as well.
Yeah, we were just
And also after all, we like books.
Yeah.
I like books.
My mind was like, so long as it ends in a book,
we're
I'm
not
happy.
printing it. We're not printing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, we should try to find something.
It's worth a quid. Present this reading to the public in Dutch libraries as archives.
There's an amazing essay in the Expo collection that's about what I don't know the author's name, but it's such a nice essay. It's about shit publishing rather than shit posting.
Nice, yeah, yeah.
And it covers the whole genre of like shit publishing, like AI slop in Amazon, EPUBs and this kind of thing. And I was like, well, I hope that we're not contributing to shit publishing, but we're probably on the edge, just on the. That's cool. But yeah, I think it's supposed to also be like have a trollish element to it, shit publishing, the same way. But I don't think that's what we're doing. Not intentionally.
Take ourselves too seriously for that. We can theorize out our way out of it, why we're not doing it.
Yeah. So, should we do it?
We probably need to...
Careful on the back. Oh, should I take my shoes off? I noticed other people were doing that. Probably,
Just careful with the beam doesn't structure the back wall.
Oh, okay.
You can have the bean bag and I'll...
Are you sure? You can have the bean back. You've been away here for more hours.
I lie down and put my head.
You're gonna fall asleep. I brought sunglasses too. Should I get them?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
bring mine.
for me, like this light, and then they suit my eyes.
Oops.
It's a good look.
I'll be right back. Although maybe I didn't bring them actually. Oh, hey.
Where's best for me to go? I would have been there, but I was in the frame and it was completely empty. Well, I can lie on the floor, but should I go to the side of Michael or the side of Oh, close, yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll make Michael less high.
But this is very big. Can't we share Michael and that when you get this one? Or the opposite?
This one goes cool on the side.
Can be two people in, but not this is what I'm saying.
Van barackos, meg zöld. Aha, igen. Vagy nem tudom, hogy érdeklődétől kérdezte, hogy azért, hogy én miért kérek. Is.
Yeah, or not so funny. No, haha, funny. Yeah, no sunglasses for me, but that's all right. I'll survive. Are we live?
Are we?
That's the way we always begin.
Exactly, are we live?
So,
Oh.
do we need to introduce ourselves beyond just saying we're three members of CDI TV? Michael?
Carolina?
Craig. I'm sure you've seen a lot of Craig already today if you tuned in. So what are we doing here this afternoon?
I'm not sure.
You take the mic.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm the right person because I'm not sure I know what we're doing here this afternoon. I'm trying to recover from yesterday night. This is what I'm doing, my main job now. And I'm very happy that I brought my sunglasses. And I think we're also here as CDI TV, which could be that not everybody know about CDI TV yet. Maybe we are still niche enough. So maybe we can say who we are without taking it for granted that, we're not exactly Taylor Swift famous yet.
Yeah, so we're based at the Center for Digital Inquiry at University of Warwick in the UK. And we joined StreamArtNetwork about, I guess when it was founded. But we're streaming for about a year and a half now. And we've come to the end of our first season. And this was a good opportunity for us at Transmediale to reflect on season 1 of our streaming activities. We are not as prolific as some of the other members of StreamArtNetwork. We had 9 streams that we looked back on. Quality is irrelevant, is the quote that we open our introduction to. But hopefully, despite it not being as many streams, they are good quality of unintentionally or otherwise. What else should we say to introduce ourselves, Craig?
Oh, well, I guess we should say that part of what we're doing here is a kind of launch/anticipatory launch of a collection based on our season 1, which is called Hybrid Encounters CDI TV Season 1. Not available in bookshops, but that's kind of the point as well.
Yeah, so I think some members of StreamArtNetwork would be familiar with this concept of expanded publishing that is most obviously attached to a research project that I guess it was maybe 3 years ago, involved a number of European publishers and cultural institutes that publish from Institute of Network Culture to Neuro in Rome to Akisoma was involved. And that was a project where they're really looking at what the status of publishing is today, what books are, and opening up the possibility to consider things like live streaming as a publishing genre or format even. And that the output from this kind of cultural activity can also be hybrid and multiple. So in our case, we took our live streams and we started exploring transcription and transcription culture and also the transcription industry in a way. So in a very straightforward sense, we took our streams and we used automated voice recognition to generate transcripts. Then we took them through a workflow. We'll talk a little bit about this, where it was semi-automated that gives us multiple outputs. We did some editing, so we tried to take care of our materials as well.
And yeah, this is sort of a work in progress, but it was a nice excuse for us to look back on those streams. And then we also wrote a short introduction. So we took the format of like a traditional edited book and used that as well as an opportunity for us to think back on what we've been doing. So as a loose structure, I think we're going to just read a few passages from our introduction and use those as prompts, as they say in the age of AI, for discussion. And then we might just finish with a bit more of a discussion about transcription and what's at stake in transcription becoming so automated, becoming a part of the AI industry, the platform economy, and also our workplaces, where transcription now happens as an ambient infrastructure rather than as part of a post-production process. So to begin with, this is our opening of our introduction, where we say, this volume contains the first field notes from a peculiar experiment in hybrid togetherness undertaken by CDI-TV, a live streaming project of the Center for Digital Inquiry at Warwick University. Streamed between July 2024 and June 2025, these sessions are an early attempt to test, sometimes stumbling, sometimes with a shove, the rigid formats imposed by corporate streaming platforms and academic discursive performance. If the platform wants content and the university wants seminars, then we wanted something closer to a chance encounter, a hang, a thinking with that's also a tuning in and a turning up, a collectively negotiated time space in which ideas do not arrive fully polished, but are made in public, under light, with microphones, with latency, and with the always awkward, necessary beginning, are we live? Do we want to talk a little bit maybe about the content of some of the live streams?
Yeah, I suppose I'm the content person here because I don't understand very much all this super media theory. But when you said, it was you that said, maybe we should do the streaming, and you showed me some of the streams from the other nodes in San, I was like, okay, this is super cool, and also this could be a way to hijack the classic academic presentation, because we were talking about it with Greg yesterday night during our Halloumi wrap, and we were saying R&B conference is incredibly boring. Like, you go there because you sort of have to go there, and all you get is these more or less established academics telling you the things that they found out with some sort of buzzword concept, and while you just catch up on your emails. In fact, conferences are very good to catch up on your emails. I think that for admin, they're perfect. But other than that, it's pretty lame. And so I went back to my naive dreams for when I wanted to be a researcher, an intellectual, a writer, and I imagined my life like reading books, writing books. And then I found myself on Excel with my dyscalculia. And it's a horrific situation to be in. And I realized, okay, but we actually never spend time talking about things we don't yet know. So for me, the format of the streaming has this embedded possibility for non-yetness and for sort of exploring how knowledge is knowledge, or maybe knowledge is not the right word. It doesn't feel like a word cool enough to be pronounced in transmediale, but you find your own synonymous that makes you feel good with your politics. But that thing we used to call knowledge, how it is produced, and it is produced in this hybrid togetherness. And also, because I'm lazy and I never want to prepare, that was very good for me, because with the alibi, the stream, the water, the non yet formed, so it really suits my work ethics.
I feel like I should read out like all of the names of everybody that was involved, but
Yes, sorry. sorry.
No. I mean,
You asked me about the content.
it's okay. But you said great things. So
And I invited my friends. So
Yeah.
that's why there are a lot of Italians.
and some
friends.
Well, yeah, there was the Italian connection, but it was like we reached out to people also that we didn't know very well. Like Valentina Tani came, and it was interesting, to put the proposal to them. Like you'll come, but you're going to be under lights. There's going to be a green screen. And you get different reactions to that. Some people are like
Terrified.
it's yeah, you get anxiety. Other people are like, "Fuck it, yeah, that sounds great." But everybody in some way was courageous enough to do it, of course, because they're on those streams. What else who else did we invite? There's Adam Arvidson, Valentina Tani, Craig, Alexander Gandini. This is the Italian crowd.
What others Italians? Adam Arvidson, Alessandro Gandini, Cecilia Guidotti from Warwick, and then Craig Gant, Sebastian Leodev, North Maras, Joe Garde Hansen, Sanjay Sharma, Tanya Guda.
We'll forget people.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But that's why there are the transcripts, or as at 6 a.m. yesterday, today, Craig and we were saying maybe transcript is not the good word. Let's call them transmutations, which is again is like the fancy word for it. But it's also true because they don't read as the transcript that they do in an official meeting. They don't have that purpose. But yes, it was a good occasion to just bring people over, friends and new friends.
Well, I think one thing that was interesting to me when we were putting together the introduction is because I wasn't there at the inception of CDI TV, and I wasn't in the academy during the pandemic. And the idea that part of putting CDI TV together was sort of repurposing these sort of
I'm just noticing
bits of
the green on my
these
shirt.
things lying around from pandemic times to kind of enable, I suppose, remote teaching and learning and stuff like that, and to kind of repurpose them into something else seemed to kind of be a factor. We were recording in the Media Lab at Warwick University with Keith and Rob and people, and kind of putting these discarded materials to a new use.
Oh, and also there was that other kind of unromantic reason because Warwick is in the Midlands, which is a little bit of a middle of nowhere, so it's very hard to get people to Warwick. So it was also a way around the dominance of central locations, and a way to go beyond the geographical limits.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's all of these elements of almost institutional hacking as well, because universities not only have these kind of setups now for ensuring continuity, doing online teaching, especially after the pandemic, but they're also very invested in things like impact and public outreach. So there's ways as well of kind of framing this for different parts of the university that makes available resource. But then, of course, we go in there and we do something that's quite unconventional, given the formats that they may be used to or that they anticipate. Yeah.
I think this is maybe a good segue into a conversation about why live streaming. So maybe I'll read one more section of our introduction, which is that none of us arrived at live streaming by accident, but neither did we come by a straight line. What brought us here was a tangle of trajectories, a media theoretical insistence that the apparatus matters, a desire for experimental aesthetics against the reductive brutalism of the Zoom talking head, the post-lockdown normalization of remote presence, the lesson that digital intimacy is never purely digital, fatigue with platform capitalism's appetite for attention, the sense that digital fiefdoms govern what can be seen and said, shaping structures of feeling and the terms of legibility, the practical idealism of federated infrastructures, and personal histories of media activism and street politics folded into a longer conversation with social movements past and future. One of us came through Novara Media, that's me, and participated in its transmutation from an experimental coalition into a fully fledged media organization, a concrete demonstration that live streaming can be a durable infrastructure for progressive politics, but also a lesson in the translation of experimental formats into schedules, products, and audience expectation. So, what were some of your motivations for live streaming? Why live streaming?
Yeah, I identify with some of those things on the list more than others, which of course makes sense because it's a collective effort. The fact that we did sort of get into this, we have gotten into this situation where the remote presence is somehow standard after the pandemic, and yet the formats that we work with are so reductive. So for those of you who are forced to use Teams, for example, which is the standard system at University of Warwick, will know that this is. I mean, it's just so it puts you into a kind of corporate virtual conference, which maybe okay if you're doing an administrative meeting, fine, but if you're bringing somebody to talk about, to have a real conversation about their work, and as Carolina was saying, to also kind of open up unknown, aspects of their work, or even things that they are just thinking about now. You can't be working in a Teams call. You need something. So that medium specificity was something I was interested in, so I think with stream art, we're sort of in this situation of the way Rom put it was late platformism, in that the platformization as a process is absolutely hegemonic. And it's hard to imagine an outside of this process in so many ways. And that's absolutely true for universities as well, where big tech is also very present. And so it's beginning in this situation, and not thinking that what you're going to end up with is a pure politics where you get somehow outside of that infrastructure, but instead you move towards a horizon where you have something more democratic, more publicly led, more autonomous, more sovereign, even though this term is very problematic, but it's one that appears in our notes. So that was also a motivation for me to use live streaming as a way to experiment with Fediverse, with open source software, to move outside of those corporate systems. But I think that there's other things on that list as well, maybe that, I don't know, you wanted to, or Carolina, you wanted to mention, or?
Yeah, no, I think for me, it's what I said before. Like, it looked like the way to create a space, and hybrid space, where to actually talk. And space is very important. Affordances, spatial affordances, the mood, the atmosphere. Like even the sheer fact that there are colors on our background and that I can wear sunglasses. There are tiny things, or we can have some drinks. It changes a lot, the attitude and the vibes, basically, of people. If you have that Zoom or Teams square, it puts in a different space. And not to talk about the usual academic room. If we can think of a space that is more boring and dull, and with horrible lighting and horrible colors. And this is something I grew up, like my whole career as a journey as a student was punctuated by these moments in which I was about, why do they want to make this so difficult, so boring? Why is that hard to find spaces in which you just talk? And I think I don't know, it's one of the things, we say it all the time, but it's true, like it's one of the things that I'm happier about. Probably my favorite thing that was part of my job at the moment. And it's also because I think we managed to create a small but resilient critical mass. It's good to see that also, I talk also about our embodied audience that figures in the transcript or transmutation, that the embodied audience is a character and is a growing character that is there. And they really intervene. So finally, I managed to be in a situation in which there is not the thing like, oh, I have a question. Actually, it's more a comment than a question, but it's actually people saying. So for me, it was really trying. It offered me a space to try to hijack and go beyond and challenge and break those academic tics.
Yeah, the strong ties investment rather than the weak ties followers of influencer culture. But I'm going to pass the mic to Craig, but I thought I would do it by giving you a question because there's that comment at the end about Novara. I think you've probably spoken about Novara in this transmediale, but I'm so curious as well about your journey through it. You can say as much or as little as you like, but I thought it was interesting that you have been through already a massive experiment with live streaming that for all intents and purposes has been massively successful. And yet you also felt the need to experiment again. So yeah, maybe, I don't know whether you want to say anything about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, you know, at the time I joined CDI-TV, I was returning to the academy. I clearly had some kind of a history as a student, really, you know, within an academia. But, well, as in, you know, like I'd studied and stuff, but, you know, I missed out on the whole teamsification of the academy. I missed out on, well, I don't think it was a missing out, but, you know, I wasn't there through the pandemic. I was doing other things, and like, you know, I fundamentally kind of retain a sort of ambivalence towards the academy, and maybe because, you know, of joining in circumstances of what is now a really entrenched kind of precariousness from which, you know, no one is safe, but like coming into it as like a new job and a new field is quite a different experience. But, you know, I suppose, I mean, fundamentally, I'm kind of a militant first and foremost, and I got involved with Novara Media in 2013 through street politics and being involved with direct action. And there was a big wave of protests against austerity at the time that I was very heavily involved with, one of those kind of black bloc people. And at the point in time where the conversations were just like heating up, the action was beginning to die out because of various kind of defeats within Parliament. And so Novara Media was the progenitor to Novara was founded in 2011 through a community arts radio show, and was a kind of space to allow social movements to be able to speak to themselves. And a couple of years later, there was this idea to expand it into kind of a multimedia project, and that's when I got involved. And there were experiments at the time with what was called Novara TV, and the very first video experiments with Novara were green screen experiments. All of the first videos were green screens, but even the unpublished ones would be my colleague Aaron on a kind of Persian rug on a green screen above a kind of like, you know, moonscape with a Persian hooker pipe talking about the Grundrisse in his bare feet, right? And then which is what we want. But like over the course of my 11 years there, I left on very happy terms. But over the course of my 11 years, things went from being very experimental to becoming sort of more and more professionalized, partly out of a desire to sustain the project because it couldn't be voluntary forever. It became supporter funded. We became employees. I became an employer, and I suppose I saw our first experiments with live streaming go from the odd ad hoc live. Our first ever live stream was on the night of the election in 2017. There was one camera, one microphone, and 40 guests. It was absolute carnage, and the stream went on for 8 hours. Talk about an alternative politics of duration to the doom scroll, and gradually, bit by bit, this kind of became like a five nights a week schedule with audience expectations and a format and programming and all of this kind of stuff. And even though I'm very proud of that project and proud to have been involved with it, has been very successful. Over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, about between 5 and 10 million views a month. I could appreciate what it did to the politics of the project and to the presentation of ideas to feel like you're having to play the game of the algorithm. And even if you feel like you're mastering somehow the game of the algorithm, that kind of complicity in a kind of platform logic, and with no security. Navarra had the experience of being deplatformed by YouTube. One night we woke up and the account was just gone. And it was only by virtue of the fact that we've made a pivot from being kind of media activists to being journalists that we had some kind of credential that we could lean on, and that other people would advocate for us on the basis of. So there was a New York Times story and things like this about it, and then YouTube reinstated the channel. So although it's like it was a great project to be a part of, and I'm very proud of it, I always kind of wondered what would have happened to Navarra had we gone in the other direction. Instead of professionalizing, making things into a schedule, building an audience, what if we'd stuck with the green screen and the Persian rug and the Grundrisse and built a community instead? Because Navarra always had this, and still does have a dual purpose, to allow a movement to be able to speak to itself, but also to introduce ideas to those who wouldn't come across them normally. And that was always a very tricky thing to straddle, and often they're in contradiction with each other. But I think it's definitely gone more towards the introducing of the ideas to people who wouldn't encounter them normally. A lot of people would come to Navarra because of disaffection from mainstream media, and that's very powerful and purposeful, but it's not quite the same thing as enabling people to speak to each other. And so that was my kind of route in, really. And also literally because I turned up at Warwick and I said hello to Michael, and he said, "Oh, we started streaming, Navarra does streaming, you should do this." And I was like, okay. And for a year, I'm like, I don't know why we're doing this, but I find it kind of interesting. And now I feel like I have some more thoughts. So actually, in that sense, this collection, the introduction, the stuff has come at the right time. But for me, the thing that I find really interesting about the project, and I said this a bit yesterday, but it's, the forms of relationships that can be made across borders, across situations, across contexts, through the network that we've built and through the streaming practice, and even the very conversations that we have, is quite a special and interesting thing for me, and not something that is kind of readily conjured by the logics of kind of late platformism.
Yeah, we often say, oh, we should promote more what we do. We suck at self-promotion. It's a little bit of a refrain, because it is true. We do this thing. I do this thing now. Almost nobody knows that I'm here doing this thing. Not even. And then I was like, why haven't I? But I hate self-branding. I'm not good at it. And one of the things that I like of this project that we do is that it goes really beyond or underneath or aside of that logic. And I think Now let's see how it goes. We are only 1 year in. I hope we will be here in 10 years' time. Also because I'm liking the whole vibe of the place. I want to go back to Bergen. Please bring me here again. No, but besides that, no, it's for my intellectual growth. But yeah, to really do something and see, or even, not even see, but just let it grow in case it does. And at the same time that we were doing the streaming, I published a couple of books in Italian for a trade press, a fiction and non-fiction, and it was great to write those books. And I've been dreaming about publishing a novel since I was 6. You see, I said publishing. I was dreaming of writing a novel, not about publishing a novel. And then I was just cooked up in this self-promotion thing at the very micro level. But it doesn't matter because the dynamics are the same. If you are, a Booker Prize winner, or if you're me, you're just cooked in the same discourse. And that changed, for a while, it changed completely my relationship to writing. I had to stop listening or doing or reading anything that has to do with literature and humanities. I was stuck with astrophysics podcast because I just needed something that didn't remind me of that pressure and effort and competition. So doing this was also just a way of saying I like being here now. And but then there's the other thing, which is okay, if you speak, it's because there's someone else that listens and can speak to you in return. So I suppose it's really difficult nowadays in the late platformism or whatever you want to call it to distinguish between communication and dialogue and promotion, because the actions, the affordances that we are given to do the one are almost always the same that we used to do the other. So I don't know how many people are listening to me now, and in a way I don't care, but also I do care because I hope that there are these people, because otherwise it's just me looking cool, which is already a good reason, but maybe not enough, Not necessary, but not sufficient condition for the streaming to happen.
Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, so many great points. We have a bit of a choice now. We had a loose kind of script. I
think we should read one more.
Read one more? Okay, but this is Carolina then to read a little bit. It's something you've touched on already, which was... yeah.
I'll say something different.
Do you want to read it out, though? Or...
Should I?
It's up to you.
I think it just says the same things that if you want to read it out, but okay, I'll read it out.
All right. And then we can move on.
Yeah.
This is from the introduction.
From the introduction, reading my words is weird. Okay, our exploration in hybridity began with the refusal of academia as a place where people arrive with preset knowledge. But I said that already, right? But here I said something nice. What did I say? The masquerade. What did I write? I think I write the masquerade of knowledge, which is nice. Oh. Streaming live and improvised, unprepared, transdisciplinary dialogues become an on-live techno-discursive infrastructure. I wrote that. Yeah. Wow. An on-live techno-discursive infrastructure to share a process of situated co-invention. This is all a way to say we are talking. Yeah. It's incredible what languages can do. No, it's true, right? It's just a way to say we are just chatting. Material objects, beanbags, crisps. Well, here we had an apple, a mango, and a loaf. Sunglasses, discursive frequencies, humor, parody, reflexivity, positional attitude. What do you mean? Don't understand. Yes, this is what I really like, because I really like just saying, okay, I don't understand what we're talking about, because generally it's another thing in academia, but not only in academia, and all these circles that we end up speaking this inner dialect, pretending that we understand what we're saying because we use words like discursive frequencies, and like, oh, of course. And so I like playing with this different levels of languages, and I think these platforms enables that. And then I think the parody is because when I was little, I wanted to be a TV presenter. And so this is my way of being a TV presenter. So I sort of, it's, how can I say, it's a serious parody of my childhood dream. You know, when you're like, okay, you didn't imagine this, but you're close. I've been some of the tactical tools with which we deconstructed, yes, here it is, the masquerade of knowledge as a fix, austere, exclusionary product, and individualistic matter. I agree with myself. No, it's true. It's not granted, but I really agree with it. And you know what I was thinking about now? I think one of the ways in which this is made possible by the affordance and the stream as a mediated blah blah blah, and you know how to theorize it. It's because while it is mediated and it is a digital milieu, the body is somehow present. And I think the body is present. I think the beanbags makes the body present because you feel your body, because you have to shift position. And you are in a weird position because generally you don't speak like this unless you are like smoking weed with your friends. So it's a body conduct that reminds you that the body is present. And also the fact that it's visible. Like we see your legs, generally, we never saw, legs were never seen on Teams or Zoom, as far as I know, or maybe I just hang out in the wrong meetings. But whereas here there are, so I think there is a presence of the body in the virtual and disembodied, and also because we're very close. And if we were in a room around the table, we would be further away, and I wouldn't know the color of your socks. And so somehow it creates an embodied intimacy. Here it is. So it's all thanks to Michael's socks that we are here today. But you see what I mean? I think it's true. There is the element of the body. And I think the problem with the whole digital cultures is when the body is erased. But maybe it doesn't have to be erased. It can be present, and I feel that this is a way in which it is an embodied virtual milieu. And I said milieu.
Yeah, and I feel like the embodied thing is also, and maybe even the sort of vulnerability of knowing you're being potentially watched. This is also the hurdle that maybe even some of the people that we invite, they have to clear this hurdle with us. Let's talk a little bit about this process of the transcription, because I think we've established quite well that we are not interested in an audience. So this is the first thing.
Re-establishing it all the time.
But you get this question all the time, and in fact, when I mentioned that we were going to launch, which is also the wrong word because in expanded publishing, there's never anything is ever finished. So it's you can only kind of do a semi-launch of anything. I feel, but we're launching the transcriptions. And the first question I get is but who cares about that? Would anybody want to read that? I hope that they would, but also, as we've said, we're not interested in audiences. But there are other reasons.
Yeah, we are playing the difficult lover part. Oh, we're totally not interested in audience. However, you want to.
Well, there are other reasons to do transcription within, let's say, the industry of live streaming and also podcasts. And then if you take up an expanded publishing frame, it's something encouraged. And the one reason to do it is for accessibility. So for the deaf, for instance, the transcription makes available the content to them. And also it gives a kind of public legibility to the content that it wouldn't have otherwise in its video format. So this is why, for example, you have so much captions available on platforms like YouTube. It's also something that the W3C supports, that you should have for online video content transcription or caption available. So that's one obvious reason why you might do this. Another thing, I've mentioned expanded publishing. We could say more, but there's this concept that what you have one output, but it can lead to others. So you can have a live stream, but maybe it's also a podcast. Maybe it's also a book. Maybe it's an archive that can be remixed in a future live stream. So there's this kind of recursive, multi-purposing of content that is part of the aesthetics of expanded publishing. And then another reason to do this is that transcription, as I'm sure we've all experienced, is increasingly automated and ambient. So whereas transcription was once a very deliberate post-production process and could be very laborious, it would require particular kinds of investment. Now we have the option in any Teams meeting to click a button or in a Zoom session, and the transcription is magically generated. And it can even become an asset for companies that want content for machine learning, for training AI models. And it can be used in workplaces as well for purposes of governance. So you have this textual record of who said what. So this is all sort of in our minds while we explored this genre of transcription as well. And then there's other things to say. I'm going to pass it over to Craig to talk a little bit about the process of using automated voice recognition software for our transcriptions. But just to give you, just as a last statement, to give you a sense of the workflow that we followed. So we used automated voice recognition that gave us a particular output. There was also, as Craig will discuss, quite some editorial wrangling at that moment. And then we did reviews of our output, and then we put it through a scripted process that allows us to do automated output in multiple formats, HTML markup, PDF, EPUB is possible as well. So we have this kind of meta publishing possibility. And that's where we are in the process. And we did a few other experiments with design. I don't know whether it can be put up in the background, but we also did a sort of visualization trying to capture the rhythm of exchanges and dialogue. So to give you a sense of this tempo of discussion, which is something as well that these companies are very interested in when they use transcription output as data. They are not just reading it as text, right? They're measuring things in that data for purposes of optimization and training machine learning systems. Okay, but Craig, you handled, I think, step one of just getting the video to words. Tell us about it.
It's interesting because I guess at first maybe I had almost like a naivety towards what this process would be like. As I mentioned, I missed the kind of teamsification of academia. So when I was transcribing interviews for research in the past, I was doing it manually, and it would take me probably 3 or 4 hours per hour to type up and hit pause constantly on a document on a file. So I thought, this will be fine. I'll rip the audio and I'll put it through Otter, which is what journalists use for kind of quick turnaround voice recognition. But I quickly found that this process was not really all that automated at all. I think the time saving was very slight in the end. And the actual experience was, so I used to work as an editor, and the experience was like working with a difficult writer who would reject your edits, because you would go in and edit, you get this sort of transcription that's generated, you have to make the corrections to it, but then because, this is an AI and it's a probabilistic system, as we know, the longer the recording is living within the AI, the probabilistic calculations are continuously happening. And so because it wasn't a quick turnaround thing like in journalism where I'm working for a story, but this was transcribed over the course of months. And these transcriptions live within the software over the course of months because of life and death and love and loss and all of these sorts of things, you know, like, and because they're so fucking long. And so, you know, I actually had the experience of telling the AI, okay, what the correct version of events was based on having been there and listening to things. And then seeing with my own eyes the AI decides that the person I had said was speaking was not the speaker, and it was in fact someone else, usually another Italian, or deciding, you know, that the timestamps were in the wrong order or whatever. And so I was constantly having to kind of actually fight with the system to get something that kind of reflected reality in some way. Now we've called our kind of transcription sort of methodology, like a together first, which is that we wanted to not iron out the togetherness of the conversations. We wanted to preserve it. And this is the thing about changing sort of discursive frequencies. There are moments where something happens in the room and all the attention gets directed to that, for example. And I think the way that it's been coded by our collaborator Lizzie at Rectangle, like, is to preserve that kind of togetherness in the conversations. But using the kind of, you know, the automated software to do this was actually a kind of a nightmare, and you really felt that you were kind of dealing with this sort of agentic thing that wanted to kind of push back on you all the time. So you know, not to say I regret it or anything, but you know, it felt like a collaboration with a kind of difficult partner who didn't understand, you know, the end, who wanted to constantly iron things out and smooth edges that ought to be rough.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything, Carolina?
No, in general, now that you're speaking, you make me think of someone that told me that with the generative artificial intelligence, blah, 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 we are living in this dissociative time. So it's no more the time of anxiety, but the times of dissociation. And while we were speaking now of your relationship with the transcribing AI, it seems that what is at stake indeed is a dissociation as in the reality, the version of facts presented by Otto as the AI thing was different than yours, and then you had to fight back. And I wonder if a lot of time we just don't fight back, even basically when we relate to ChatGPT or our other very pervasive AI chatbot. And so I think there's something interesting in that fight, in that conflict over what happened.
Yeah, I think just in terms of further experiments, the stuff that crossed my mind is because there's so many transcription services that are out there. I mean, we used Otter, but OpenAI has one called Whisper. It's embedded in YouTube. It's of course available in Teams and Zoom. And there are many others for different, and they're designed for different purposes. I'm trying to remember the one that was part of the expanded publishing process, but it's a platform that is more geared, for example, towards legal cases where you might be transcribing video for the purposes of a court hearing. But they all have different business models too. So, for example, Otter AI gives us, you know, the nice Creative Commons public output, but it reserves the right to do training on the aggregate with de-identified data from that content. So I think as a further experiment, it would be interesting to run a live stream through multiple of these services to see what kind of output you get, and also be kind of documenting the business model that's around these different ones, and of course which infrastructures they use, But this phenomena that you're describing as well, Craig, is really weird, where it lives in the platform and it changes over time because the platform is optimized, and it's also sort of in movement. It's always looking for these metastabilities in the high dimensional space of the large language model. So that's kind of a bit weird as well. It lives in a kind of potential or virtual state. Yeah, and I wonder what that does to indexicality, because when people transcribe and have thought about transcription, you know, there's these academic fields, for example, like linguistic anthropology, that have these very sophisticated reflections and theoretical frameworks around what is situated, what is indexical, what changes. And I wonder what's going on in that moment when it's just sort of living in this large language model milieu, and it's like in a state of flux.
Yeah, I mean, it also made me think about like what's the status of like agency or authority or power, like, you know, in this relationship as well, because, you know, I could, if I had made adjustments, corrections, edits as I saw it with my kind of editor hat on, you know, my kind of, you know, my professional due diligence of sort of checking these, you know, authenticity, accuracy, etc., journalistic standards, and then I come back to it 2 months later, and actually the AI has been in movement, in flux, has redecided and re-encoded, then it completely did away with any sort of sense that I might have had naively at the outset that this would be like an AI assistant to me, and that actually it was not a subordinate at all. It was, you know, very much a kind of equal partner, and the status of like who had authority in this relationship was completely kind of disrupted. And of course, you know, we talked in the stream that we did about algorithmic power and algorithmic authority, and how the outputs of these systems kind of take on an authority of themselves that can then affect the sort of status of power and authority that exists in other dimensions of, for example, a workplace, to take my own sort of research. But in this sort of situation, it certainly made me it left me kind of like problematized and slightly traumatized by having kind of gone through this sort of wrangling, whereby, you know, the point at which we could hit export and at least just take it away from the hands of this kind of system, hands to sort of anthropomorphize it, you know, I actually sort of felt like a relief, because I was like, okay, like whatever is going on in this kind of like higher sort of echelon of machinations and calculations is stopped. I've kind of escaped it. I've actually got this material back, and now I feel like I have some control over it.
We're sort of getting to the end of our session. Yeah. And because we've also established that we suck at self-promotion, I don't think we have our texts available even. Yeah, we can't tell you where to get it. You can just imagine these transcripts and their beautiful design. It is live as a website, and maybe we can get it up behind us. Yeah. But this is still really quite a prototype. I mean, we embrace the spirit of expanded publishing. Nothing is ever finished in the control society of publishing. Yep, it's right there. And you can download them as PDFs and also see the web layout. And I think we'll try to get this on our CDI website soon?
At least.
Soon? Maybe tonight. So please like, subscribe, follow.
Yes. Please don't be our audience. We totally don't want an audience. We hope we've been clear. But at the same time, yes, the link is there. But I think, you know, when I had a look at the transcripts, the transmutation, I think another thing that was super interesting for me is that they're very that there's no linearity at all in the dialogues. I mean, there is linearity, okay, but the moment you feel like there is, but then the moment it is written, because writing is made for linear thought, so there's always this violence that writing and published words do to conversations. So I think even graphically, the way they were organized, it's sort of reflective of these blank spaces and these sort of we said the glitches and that whole not yetness of when knowledge and dialogue are happening rather than having been already happened and linearized. Read them. They're so interesting to the non-linearity of thought.
Yeah, I mean, just all the obvious things that we could talk about for a long time. But, some streams we thought as a stream, we were like, well, I'm not sure about that one. And then you read the transcription, you're like, wow, the transcription's good. And then other ones where you're like, this was the best stream that we did. And then you look at the transcription and it's like, yeah, it's just really doesn't capture it. So those moments happen. And then just that strange sense of like, am I reading a script? Am I reading, an actual interview? Am I reading a presentation? So there's lots of like, if anybody does read it, there's lots of sort of strange genres that I feel like you move through. Yeah.
And this was our shot at self-promotion. Thank you.
Do we take questions or are we out of time? We're out of time. Okay, questions at the bar. Thank you. Oh, it's yours.
I always lose something in these beanbags. Did you give me my keys? Like in the beach. And poaching, so pan poaching and not skochilas? Skochilas, okay. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's always, yeah, you're never sure how to, whether you correctly pronounce it or not, but Gitas.
Gitas, perfect.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yes.
Gitas.
Okay.
He's coming.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Are we ready to start already? Or?
Yeah, anytime, so maybe when he is coming.
And I invite you to feel very comfortable here, but not too comfortable
Not to
next
fall.
to the green screen because it can fall if you
Yeah.
happened to me yesterday.
All right.
Like it's not dangerous if it falls, but it's just like
Inconvenience.
Just material.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do one mic?
Yeah, I think we do.
There's the second one.
Ah, yeah, there's the second one. Yeah, have it.
Yeah, sure. Now it's turning
Huh?
off.
Hmm?
Okay, good.
Yeah. Yes, yes. We are live. Yes. And the second one, it's always in becoming. You never know. That's the media art. We are within the firm. Ah, the second. This one goes to the Jitsi call. Okay, so. But maybe we can share one. I think is if it's. Yeah, it's fine. If it's not difficult, then. Ah, okay.
In the first?
Yeah.
Now try.
Yes, not. Yeah, maybe you
Wait
can.
it? Ah, yes.
Brilliant. Okay, hello. I'm pleased to be joined by Huang Poching and Nat Skochilas, two artists who are presenting here at Transmediale. Am I correct that you have two artworks here, right? Or like three in total, but two of them lemons and the mulberry is like kind of like on one place and then nearby it's like another one.
Yeah, not exactly. So
okay.
let's correct the information. Yes. So each one of us came with our own work and practice that represents us, let's say, individually, but also collectively because we work collectively on our fermentation and food projects. And one of them is 500 Lemon Trees by Pojinkuan, which he will tell us all about in a moment. And the other one is Female, which is a beer brewing project that I used to run. I'm still running, very low-key right now, in Berlin. And that talks on like queer feminist, anarchist stories of fermentation, of beer making. And then our meeting here at Transmediale we treat it as a residency where our storytelling and fermenting practices meet through paper mulberry, which is a plant not native to Taiwan, and which we are infusing our kombucha brews with, but also we are experimenting with baking bread based on kvass, fermented bread leftovers, new bread, sourdough, infused with paper mulberry leaves and so on. So that's the recipe that's ongoing right now.
Sounds delicious. I think the audience, me included and you included, I guess, really are expecting the least that I would take a Wikipedia article and read something about you. So maybe you could say a few words about your practice and how does that lead it here. So you already did some kind of introduction why you are here, but then like a little bit about your background. So
Maybe you first.
Yeah. Okay, as you wish. Okay, super. So I'm not Skoczylas and I'm Polish. I come from a small town close to Ukraine, and my kind of entry point into fermentation in the later years of my life, let's say, because we ferment in Poland quite intensively, we forage and preserve and so on, was through an art residency that I did at StreamArtNetwork here in Berlin 6 years ago now, where I encountered hops, and I remember this super annoying plant being fought by my parents growing on the fences of our house. And then it kind of just, took me on a journey of thinking about hops and what do they mean. And then, of course, like one of the associations is beer and the use of hops in beer making. Hops is both used for flavoring beer in most contemporary recipes, but also for preservation. And it played an important role actually in industrialization of beer. And through the process of like making beer on the pavement using the wild hops that we found in that park, I started digging a little bit further into queer, feminist, a bit speculative histories of beer making. And then I was surprised to discover that women used to make beer until around 500 years ago all around the world. There were majority, like one could say 95% of beer was made by women. And then, of course, we need to fill in the gaps that there were trans and queer people also involved and doing this kind of practices at home. And it was related to the fact that water wasn't safe back then to drink just straight from there were no taps. So people had to preserve and ferment and treat the water through different processes so that it was safe to drink. And then the discovery of hops and the use of hops in the recipes for beer allowed for industrialization and big-scale production. So it kind of kicked us out from the trade, and it allowed for large-scale global beer trading and so on. So I wanted to go back to the recipes that existed back in the days. Of course, not purely as they were, because you cannot really tell how exactly beer tasted and how were the recipes, but speculating a little bit and using local plants and seasonal herbs to spice the different recipes, ferments that I was making, and trying to recreate the kind of beer that women used to brew before this industrialization of beer. So that led me on a long 5-year journey of producing beer, experimenting with different flavors, selling it in different contexts, and it became also part of a universal basic income experiment in Berlin, where we were selling that beer for universal basic income that people just got for free every month, and they could come to the market and just get a case of our witchy beer. And I've also heard a lot of amazing stories about people getting slightly high and I don't know, tripping on the crazy brews. I don't know, So that's been my journey in exploring the politics of fermentation and the feminist anarchist practices, and that kind of led us to this moment where we're here together trying new things out.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to maybe add for last few days there were a few different conversations about archaeology and in different contexts. So for me now I'm also hearing maybe archaeology of flavors and archaeology of taste, which have been eradicated. At some point I was interested in fermented oat porridge as also a medieval staple food, which is now completely also a forgotten taste. So yeah, very interesting. Thank you. Ang.
I think for me fermentation is quite interesting because for me it is like a way to regenerate our memory, especially for my case is try to rebuild the relationship with my family members, especially my mom. And back to the mention about the Foundry Lemon Tree project. So for this time, I bring it here in transmedia. So it become like a one ingredient of the recipe. So the foundry project is in 2014. I transformed exhibition as a fundraising platform. Try to find a 500 subscriber to support me, like to plant the lemon tree. So very lucky. I find in the end of the exhibition, I find 500 subscribers. So each subscriber can help me to plant one lemon tree, and we build like a spiritual contract. So I promise them after 2, 3, or 4 years, I will invite them back to the museum to get one bottle of the lemon spirit. So very beginning is maybe like 8%, but in the end, yeah, that we make like a 56 degree that very strong lemon spirit. So that's how it goes. And I'm thinking that just can art or exhibition can be like a tool. The tool like to fix something, and also like a way of meditation, like to maybe that healing heal myself and also my mother. Yeah, and can art or exhibition can be like a tool. The tool like to fix something, and also like a way of meditation, like to maybe that healing heal myself and also my mother. Yeah, and also kind of way like to relink our relationship together. So so this project also try to use the abandoned land over free abandoned land maybe over 40 years, and kind of like a starter culture, similar, yeah, to make it wrong again, started again.
Beautiful. I somehow, I'm not sure if this is intentional or not, but I see a correspondence between the strategy of subscribers and collectivity and the very process of fermentation, where multiple bacteria come into a collective and they just mingle together for a while until something new develops. So for me, this is like was that like an intentional, like why did you choose the subscriber kind of technique? Do you see some?
I think for the subscriber is also like a part of the recipe for the liquor. And so when you just invite the audience like to the bar, because I have some proposal for the museum and also for the audience. So I think it is also like a way just like calling that all this that stopped culture like to gathering together, and we start to have the process of fermentation, even though they are just like kind of we signed a contract. I think that's the very beginning point, like to start the fermentation. Not instead of the growing the tree, have the lemon and then making wine. Yeah, I think it already start. Yeah. From the very beginning point.
So yeah, I think it's always hard to tell where things actually start. No, it's like we're just in some kind of weird nonlinear processes all the time. But I definitely do agree with for me, fermentation resonates a lot as a political metaphor and as something that I use. I'm a political scientist by training, and I'm an activist, and I went into arts looking for other ways of mobilizing imagination and political action, let's say. So for me, my brain is just really hooked on political concepts and ideas and ways of engaging. And I do like to use fermentation as a metaphor for anarchy, which I kind of advocate for and I hope for one day as a compass for us. And what's important for me in anarchy is that it is a free association of different beings who decide how they want to collaborate together. And I also like to sometimes compare it to lichen as this kind of weird, collaboration of different species, fungi, bacteria, algae that come together, and there's like endless possibilities of collaborations and cohabitations. And if they work out, which of course we never know, same with ferments. Sometimes you do great, sometimes it goes bad, it's an endless experimentation, trial and error. But if something clicks and works out, then similarly as with lichen that tend to live forever, that they're pretty immortal. I believe that, something about, finding the right ingredient and the right way of transforming one another into something bigger and other than just individual parts is what I really love, and I hope that it can mobilize people's imagination on how to organize and but also I think fermentation has this important aspect of intention and attention. There cannot be fermentation with at least a little bit of both, and that is also very important for us when having some kind of political horizons and utopian visions or whatever for the future, hopes for the future, especially in times like now when we need to really start thinking, how do we create structures that will hold us through the crisis that are already unfolding.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. This notion of anarchy and fermentation also plays a part for us here within the StreamArtNetwork. And like, as you can see, this is a really high intensity fermenting environment with different types of infrastructures, and also like a trivia, different devices are like coming from different countries, from different people, and somehow they're like interconnected here, and then produces. I love this notion of like endless life that you mentioned. This is very utopian, but like lichen, exactly. This is like what first of all colonizes the rocks, and then on these rocks after like millennia there's like then soil, and then this is very, very interesting. I was wondering, so within this like a political situation, you are coming back to very archaic modes of production of, and also non-modern or pre-modern types of sensorial experiences, specifically flavor and taste, which and odors, and something which is very like unstable, like a ferment. I know that at least in Lithuania, from where I come, fermented like sauerkraut, it cannot be found in restaurants mostly because it's illegal, actually, because you cannot leave a food out of a fridge in open area for like more than some like fixed amount of hours, but now you're kind of like researching this and going back or like deep into that kind of narrative. I wonder why it's important for you here to do this, and why you're doing that, why you're interested in this, and especially within like a dialogue within our current political situations.
I think one thing is definitely that I just want actually more stink around, but like different kind of stink, like a delicious stink. And I think we live in a very kind of sterile, in some ways very sterile and hostile environment. And I don't know, like I'm thinking about train travels in Poland where people would open all kinds of, would have eggs and sausage and fermented stuff on their trip, and like, the compartments would smell of that. And there is a class element to taming those flavors and tastes, and like policing people around like what is allowed and not allowed. So like bringing the stink back to public spaces, this kind of stink is quite interesting in terms of breaking the class divide and maybe thinking about but also shaming certain vernacular practices that are actually super nourishing for our bodies, and like how can we reconnect with them and bring them back without without the shame that maybe they're associated with. I think also for me, it's almost like a prepper situation where we are entering, times of climate collapse, and we don't really know how our food systems will look like in the future because weather patterns become unpredictable. And that's one of the technologies, very ancient technologies, that allowed us to survive, harsh winters, no crops, like all kinds of long travels, nomadic lifestyles, all kinds of things. So just connecting to those very ancient technologies, which I also love to think of fermentation as an ancient technology. And that's why I think it has place in an event like Transmediale, exactly. It's a survival practice that that I really encourage everyone to not be shy about recovering and rediscovering, and also experimenting with techniques that are foreign to your ancestries. But also connecting to your ancestors more directly by fermenting things and bringing back flavors that, I don't know, make you think of your grandparents and your hometown and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned this that the survival strategy somewhere. I wrote that we ferment because it's not like a choice, but it's a survival strategy. So somehow, beautiful that you also said this. But Poching, your approach to lemons is also very agricultural. So this is type of fermentation is, let's say, within this agricultural umbrella, and planting trees and developing this very much community-based type of agriculture is also very pre-modern or non-modern. So I wonder, maybe you can elaborate why that was important for you, and what kind of maybe political power do you see within such practices as planting hundreds of lemon trees together with people? Mm-hmm.
I think, such as for me, the plantation and the winemaking, I think it's just like a media to bridge the people together. And I think I'm not really want to build a very concrete community. So I think this kind of temporary community is more flexible and more suited for the artist. And I think that we should be more have the ability to always keep the mobility can be moved, and can be see ourselves as one of a recipe or the ingredients. And I think if we always place ourselves in the under the umbrella of the fermentation, I think can be more easier to blur the boundary between such as Ned and me. Actually, we are very totally different kind of approach and personality. So it's like a very challenge that we transmedia, the curator, that bridge us together. So I don't quite no idea what we can do, but I think find a way that fermentation that can really blur our personality, because when you making a kombucha, you put all the ingredients inside, and you can find a starter that to generate that totally different flavor. I think through this process, then we can easily to talk, to share, to find a balanced taste. But I'm not sure this time good or not. I mean, we'll see. We don't know. But tomorrow we will share something. So yeah.
Can you tell us more? You will share something tomorrow.
Tomorrow in the 3:30. We'll have an event just in the Transmedia studio. Okay. So also we'll share the 500 Lemon Tree project and the drink that we made. And yeah, definitely the very strong that lemon spirit. And anything else?
Some kvass. We are making some kvass as well, but it's kind of colder, so it's not fermenting as strongly as we would like to. But like the bread from the kvass it will be used now to bake a new bread loaf. So tomorrow there will also be this bread loaf with paper mulberry incorporated in it. So you can try that. There is kvass, there is kefir that's now bubbling in the bottles. So yeah, and maybe I'll bring some of my archival female bottles that I brewed with different plants. And if they don't explode, because they tend to do that, then maybe we'll have something to drink. Or we'll just have a shower of beer.
So tomorrow, 3:30 at Transmediale Studio, correct? Yes. I heard that Poching, you mentioned that you met for the Transmediale curators connected you, so you didn't knew each other, right, before? No. And how do you find this collaboration? How much time had you spent together to build these exhibitions? And what was your experience?
I think for this time we only have like 1 month, but actually in the very beginning, for me it's very challenge because usually as an artist I work alone. Like always thinking about like a visual element, how to present your work properly, visually, like the pretty, and can draw the attention of the audience, and try to be the biggest of the installation in the exhibition, occupy the space. But I think for this time it's just. Draw me back to the very beginning point of the Foundry Demonstration project. So I think the most important element is actually the bridge the relationship and blur the relationship to become like a temporary, like a community, and to look forward in the future. So this period of time is just like a process. So I think the most important thing is how we look forward to into the next step. So I think that it's quite nice experience this time for me.
For me too. Yes, and I think like we've been like kind of mapping individually and together different like notions that come up in this collaboration. And one of the notions that I was like bringing back is the starter culture. So like what kind of cultures can we bring and create and share and so on, like the kvass culture and the kombucha scooby and and how do you make a ginger bag? You can but this is also like a starter culture for us and an invitation to start thinking together. And I love working collaboratively. And I also have a big community of different fermenters and cooks and like people working with food in Berlin, whom I'm trying to loop into that, in some ways into this process. So a friend of ours will be baking the bread, for example, to see, in what ways can this culture, grow organically. And it does feel very organic and easy, to just bring our works together and share and do a little bit of ferment every day. And it's very pleasant. Healing.
Yeah, beautiful. Connects a lot also with our experience here, because we as a StreamArtNetwork, we meet very rarely, and here also fermenting after some of the groups haven't met each other at all. So there's like in total 19 people from different parts of Europe coming together for like this thing. Poching, I wanted also to fulfill my curiosity about the agricultural histories of Taiwan. You are interested in lemons with that particular project, and I wonder, is there like a specific significance of lemons within the Taiwanese context? Is like, or like, what is, let's say, most practiced type of agricultural in Taiwan, and maybe lemons have some kind of, I don't know, exotic quality, or this is very, very common, I don't know, like apples in Poland or something like this. So I'm just wondering, like, what is the significance of lemons for you as a Taiwanese? For us, for me, this is very exotic, and also this bitterness somehow, yeah, both in terms of like the fruit is exotic, it doesn't grow anywhere here, but the taste is also, we rarely use it in our food. So, yeah.
I think for the agriculture in Taiwan, the lemon always be left behind because the Taiwanese people prefer the citrus, all different kind of citrus. Orange, such as my hometown, we have plenty of different kind of like citrus, orange, that the farmers that can very creatively that try to mix the all different kind of the orange together to create a new version of the like try to create the most sweetest orange in the world, but most of the farmers, they will usually have a lemon tree, but maybe just one or two, and because it's sour. And actually, traditionally, we are not really use the lemon as a ingredient in our everyday life, and yeah, but maybe some lemonade, but yeah, I think that's all. So also in my family, yeah, there's two lemon trees. So so I always go, wow, it's so lonely because the behind there is the super sweet ladies, behind it, yeah, because the farmers will sing the orange because sweet is the lady, and the lemon is the sour, the peel is a little bitter, so it's like a old gentleman, yeah. So yeah, I think it's also linked to the abandoned land. So in my hometown, that area, usually when you choose that to cut the tree, the lemon tree probably will be the one of them. That's why I say maybe that make lemon spirit make it different.
So it's kind of like the underdog of the plants, or the one which is always left behind. So yeah, it's very interesting. Maybe my last question is about what you mentioned, spirit, and also, so okay, the spirit is a psychoactive substance, and fermentation generally quite easily can lead towards psychoactivities. So maybe you can comment a little bit more. Does this psychoactive quality of fermentation plays any type of role within your thinking about fermentation, and also anarchist politics? So maybe
yeah, I think I never got too deep into that, and if somebody wants to help me think in these directions and like jam together, I'm so inviting you to find me anarcho-fermentation on Instagram. But I definitely know that some of the beers that I brewed with like plants, like flowers, I think it was actually cherry blossom flowers. I remember some of the women drinking it were like, I was really tripping after one bottle. And I don't know what happened there, what in the process made it psychoactive, but something did. And I think partly natural, non-filtered fermentation also has a different effect on people than the industrial process and whatever is involved in that industrial process. Yeah, people were definitely also getting drunk on like not very high percentage beers way easier than you would need more of these like industrial beers for that. But definitely, I'm interested in psychedelics and psychoactive substances and how they affect our thinking and the way we relate. And I'm more in my post-raving era, so right now I'm more like interested in like psychedelics of all kinds. And I think what I find interesting is the notion of acid communism, which is like. Yeah, it is a way of bringing back some of this like countercultural revolutionary thoughts from the 60s and 70s and the use of psychoactive substances to create a sense of community and interdependency that could trigger more revolutionary approaches in political organizing. Yeah, and I feel like this will be, maybe my life's work. These things like happen organically. I'm not like fully focusing on that, but I believe that somewhere in the back of my head, this process is very active. And one day, maybe I'll figure out some recipes that will be like very acid communist and revolutionary. I hope so.
Yeah, so let's hope for this future. I want to invite all the audience to visit your installation, which is right upstairs in front of this info counter. Right.
You'll find some jars. Yeah, you'll find the jars. You'll find the bottles. Yes, and there is also the tilapia shrine next to us. So yes. But it's somehow at the end of a long corridor.
Yeah, and also a book, right? Yeah,
yes.
There's a book. So yeah.
But I'm like, go like 5 times a year to
Okay.
What's your surname?
Hi, hello. Now, first of all, I want to say happy birthday to Ludmila Radek. And after, I want to say that we will show her poetry performance now. Happy birthday to Ludmila Radek and transmediale from transmediale San Archipelago. Now, we will show her performance, poetry performance. Enjoy.
Ок. Морок. Шорох. Мовчиш. Не спиш. Дзвінок. 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 Ну як ти? Ок. 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 Думала зранку про колишнього хлопця і про наші обійми, що вже стали примарними. Знову забула бутилку на репетиції з водою. Після репетиції в залі їхала на велику, вищала пісні Шаранковакс. 2015 рік, фотовиставка гурту Саймон і Швеція. Булки з корицею були охуєнно смачні. А зараз смаку майже нуль в усьому. Броня на балконі висить вже 3 ночі і 2 дні. Мама, мені погано, забери мене додому. 2 нові паростки в вазоні пробилися. Люди, теплі люди до мене в неділю тулилися. Що там проросло в вазоні, я не знаю. 2 зернятко якось мимохідь там опинилися. Мабуть, в кишені привезла з Катанії. Сльози течуть аж по ногах. Посміхаюсь до себе у ванні. Знову в басейні вищала пісні з минулого. Backstreet Boys вже не ті після 30. 30 років на сцені нікому не личать. У дзеркалі бачу якесь знайоме обличчя. Десь ми перетиналися. У нічних клубах чи на готік-паті. Гей, чому ти одягнена в моє улюблене плаття? Зніми це негайно. Оголеність зараз є нагальною. Спостерігає, як проминає життя, дивлячись на свої вазони. Ще один листочок, ще один паросток. Четвер, все четвер, подруга їде до мене, стоїть 5 годин на кордоні, везе раз на рік флюконазол. Стіни чисті і білі, з них більше не посміхаються поп та рок-ідоли. Зірки у моїй голові, у моєму етері. Ще один день, як клацання затвору фотоапарату. Клац, 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 клац. Середа, четвер, субота. Не знаю, куди ділася п'ятниця. Дивлюсь на пальці, тиждень пройшов. Бачу по нігтях, світ такий величезний, але немає куди бігти. Нігті треба підстригти і вкоротити свої дні. По кількості пилюки у хаті рахую, який зараз місяць. Ще 40 днів, ще 30 днів літа лишилось. А далі офіційно дозволено озимі саджати. З вікна лізе знайома сірість і просить мовчати, мовчати. Мовчати. Знову час підстригти волосся. Щоб, блядь, в житті хоч щось відбулося, треба надати поштовх. Інерцію своїй дупі. Не шукати сенсів у своєму супі. Зараз штовхає мене тільки моє серце. Втрачені в житті всі старі сенси, а нові ще не проросли. Залиши свої молекули біля мого будинку. 2 частинки, 3 крижинки, 4 третіх. Для емоційних втіх колишньої співзалежної, тепер вільної, безмежної, чистої душі. Гріхи мої обнулилися, моя кава перетворилася з еспресо на флет white. Ignite, let it burn. Хочу знятися у власному арт-порно з твоєю душею головні Декораціями будуть будинки з твого і мого болю. Дивись, цеглинка на цеглинці, цеглинка на цеглинці, цеглинка на цеглинці. Стань перед дзеркалом і скажи: я пластилін, я виліплю себе, я дуже пластична. Сюжет один і той самий, сценарій вічний. Вона і він, і місто, і порожнечі вулиць. Вона була від нього так залежна, але пережила цю ломку і до себе повернулась. Більше немає куди їхати. Мій потяг стоїть на коліях запасних. Тихо дихає і просить: відправ мене у подорож. Палива немає, на жаль. Немає водія, щоб натиснути газ, як капітан Пайк сказати: вперед. В пасажирському кріслі велика діра. Немає в кого купити білет. Та й куди їхати? Скрізь війна, скрізь конфлікти і кров людей. Хіба що до моря, там, де чекає вода, солона, як сльози, чи горе, де каміння лежать, як морські коти. Теплі та затишні, лиш наступи ногою. Мій потяг має твоє ім'я, і він коли-небудь відвезе мене до моря. Подивись, як це гарно. Над цілим містом палає зарево. Хтось очима підпалив в повітря, а гарячим серцем влаштував пожежу в цілому кварталі. І біжать люди, хто з відрами, хто з банками, залити все сльозами радості і смутку. Танцювати на пепелищі чиєгось кохання, радіти обгорілим стінам і мурам з каміння, радіти, що місто таки вистояло, а чиєсь кохання померло, як помирає безліч великих і маленьких міських кохань, що згасають майже безслідно, стають плямкою на сусідніх будинках, стають жменькою попелу під ногами, або кульбабою, що попри все проростає крізь ребра. А ви, люди, гасите, а ви, суки, топчете. А вам заздрісно і нестерпно в своїх пустих коробках. Ви боїтесь вогню, того справжнього, дикого, того, що поглинає тіло і думки, і душу. Того вогню, що є самою людиною, яка прокидається зранку і каже: люблю, бо хочу, а не мушу. Я більше не торкаюся тебе, хіба лиш однією літерою своїх віршів, лиш римою, лиш наголосом тебе, войовника невидимого фронту, тебе, чарівника літературних хащів. Пробач мені, йди геть, блукати шляхом одинака, самітника, огорнутого шатами натхнення, бажання, і туги нескінченної, яка веде тебе занадто довгим і заплутаним шляхом від місця в просторі й часі, де ти існуєш, де ти наповнений світлішою метою, до тої самої, такої бажаної свободи серед зруйнованих містечок, міст і сел. Ні, я не торкнусь, бо біль тепер є більшим за тебе і за мене, за нас з тобою, як сиамських близнюків. Не хочу, щоб країну поділили, бо без півночі не може і півдня існувати, бо і без заходу і сходу не існує, бо і без тебе не існую я, бо ти моя сім'я, мої слова і моє палке серце, що відбиває поминальний марш. У фарш, у месиво зміняються ті дні і ночі, які не поруч ми. На фронтах війни лягли ми обіч себе паралельно. Ти в сторону віршей, я в сторону журби. Я більше не торкаюся тебе. Поки ти спав на моєму плечі, світ наш назавжди змінився. Плач, пиши вірші, не мовчи. Більше не можна мовчатися, не зцілитися, не втікти, не сховатися від війни і від жахів, і від болю волю свою не останню. Волю